What's shaking there, fellers? Sorry about that. Hey, what's up, Roxy? I saw you. I didn't realize you were in Florida too. I was reading the chats last night. Saw. Just couldn't pick up anymore. I swear. All right. Sorry about that. I fucking uh, it wouldn't pull up the camera or the right camera. It was using my fucking web camera, and I hate that shit. I don't. Sometimes I don't know why. It's like every time, like the last since I can remember, every time I start the fucking stream, there's some little tidbit that I missed. And it's like it really gets on my nerves. Not gonna lie. Oh, it has to be this way every day. Has to. Righty. Is it Memorial Day this weekend? Is that the deal? Memorial Day? I did not know that. Happy Memorial Day indeed. Happy Memorial Day. Yeah, that was a good show last night. I felt really good about it actually. You know why I've been I think it's because I haven't really been smoking lately. I mean, I haven't been smoking very much cigarettes either, honestly. But I think that has something to do with it, vaguely. And so much the better, anyhow. And I was watching some super interesting broadcasts. I think they were Australian broadcasts on ABC in 1960 in the 60s. And they're hosted by this physics professor named see here, what's something Sumner something. His middle name is Sumner, an American dude. Like wild though, truly like kind of a wild character. Great with a chalkboard. But he every time he would say an English word, like he said a couple of them. One of them he said laboratory. He was like, and he mentioned it. He goes, what I'm saying that the way you guys say it. He goes, if we were back in America, I would call it a laboratory. you know, and he did that a couple times, and I just thought it was so neat. The guy is smart as hell, and brought up a lot of showed a lot of these neat. Because the whole point of the show was to inspire people to be curious. You understand? You see, it was really impressive. Let's see here. Julia Sumner Miller. Wonder if this shit is copyright. Wonder if it's copyright. I bet it is. Let me check. Because it was really that good. Really? Brock doesn't want to open up for me. Oh my god, man! I seen this. crazy video on X. Holy Lord. It was, man, it felt, I don't know, it was very edgy. You know, it was a dude calling another dude out in public, and he got pretty wild with it. Just, I mean, like, damn. I was thinking to myself, whoa, this guy, no fucks given. He's sitting there dome checking this other dude, just talking shit to him. There's like 5, 6 cops around him, and it's just tense as all get out. And none of the cops did shit because all he was doing was talking shit to him. And I was just like, holy Lord, you know, I, what's his name? Gad Sad. He posted, he said, the West is going to regret this one day or something like that. And I'm thinking to myself, bro, who the, you guys always talking about this Judeo-Christian bullshit and how, ooh, the Israel's the Western foothold in the Middle East. And then, oh, Central Florida, you know, they're talking about their Western foothold in the Middle East. Well, Gad Sad, he doesn't think of himself as a Westerner. I don't think any of them do. I mean, honestly, I knew they didn't, but they played this game where they pretended that they, you know, that we're the West too, and we've, you know, brought the West so many great things. It's like, name them. Gefilte fish? Oh, yeah, don't think so. That shit ain't flying. Someone's taking a second to load there. You know, like I don't want to hear that shit from them because no, they didn't. No sound. Should be sound. I don't see why there wouldn't be. Should be sound. I'm trying to see if this shit is I need to check if it's copyrighted real quick before I show it. Man. And he used to be on the Mickey Mouse Club. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know if I can show this. That's a fucking shame. That's an absolute shame. This guy's really, you know, it's a creative educational TV show. Shows you all these different phenomena and how, like, he would, and what this guy's talking about and stuff. You know, it just gave me this profound feeling that the modern West, it is an absolute sham, that we've been cheated out of the Western tradition. I mean, like, cheated. And I've had this sneaking suspicion for a few years now that we have been grossly let down, and our forebears purposely have dumbed us down, have purposely withheld knowledge from us, have purposely damaged damaged the effectiveness of school. That's the feeling that I've had over the years. And watching that guy, I was thinking, this is a fact. You know, this guy, he's sitting there talking about what is going on. Why is this shit giving me so much shit? That might be why. It's like chopping up. got a couple of AI things. Anyhow, yeah, I've had this feeling for years now, actually, not just lately, no, fucking years. Like we're getting totally screwed, and they've withheld knowledge. Everything's dumbed down. There's a reason, like I this is a fact. Everybody that I've ever known said, yeah, they always told us they were going to teach us this or that, like cursive. They always told us that you better get used to it. You're going to have to use it next year. And then it never happened. It never happened. And there's all kinds of shit like that where they have steadily dropped more and more shit from the curricula every year because it was noticeable when I was a kid. And what I'm trying to say is that shit has been going on a long time. Like that's a purposeful. They did that shit on purpose. In other words, that's the feeling that I get, that it's done on purpose. Okay, everything's smoothed out. All right, good. Yeah, I get the feeling that everything is dumbed down. Then when I watch that guy, when I watch these other people, and see how much they learned and they know, and the fact that they talk about stuff that is relevant, but I've never heard spoken about. Like this guy was talking about Nicholas Copernicus, Kepler, uh, Galileo. What was the other one? I think it's the guy who discovered the electric motor, or discovered how or how to generate electricity. He did it with a wire and a needle. Such fucking bullshit, bro. The goddamn connection keeps dropping and shit. Anyhow, yeah, like this guy was talking about geniuses, and he was talking about how they had competition between each other. And some of these guys, they would because there was a lot of I think there was one called a family called Bernoulli. He was talking about this Swiss family with the surname Bernoulli, and there's hundreds of them, and every one of them was a fucking genius. Like, no joke, the whole family, hundreds of people, all geniuses, all like inventors, all math whizzes, like true mathematicians. And this is the time when people were mapping out the cosmos and shit. Galileo discovers, uh, I think the Earth is round, or I forget which one he did. Sir Isaac Newton, gravity. These and I stumbled across this quote that this guy brought up when he was talking about these geniuses. And one quote that he said that really struck me. There are three classes of people in the world: those who see by themselves, those who see when they are shown, and those who never see. That Leonardo da Vinci said that. Those who see by themselves, the visionaries, the people that make predictions. Nick, Elon Musk, The people that when they see something that catches their attention, they investigate it and discover it, figure it out. You know, they see an oddity in the natural world, an odd natural law, and they have to figure this thing out, you know, so they end up going down a rabbit hole. And these people, they write these huge books like that Sir Isaac Newton, and they competed with German physicists, they competed with Italian physicists, French physicists, Austrian physicists, Swiss physicists, and inventors, and they all challenged each other. Like that, I think it was Bernoulli, or it was Bernoulli or Bernoulli. And he presented this problem to Europe, basically, all the great minds of Europe. He sends out this problem, and and it's a challenge to all the other physicists. And they all, you know, race each other to solve these problems. Damn it. God, I might just
an agent.
What's up with that guy in the fucking mask on? I saw on Fox. They have a talking head on Fox, and Homeboy has a obvious mask over his face. It's incredible. Here we go. Why is it? Why is it? The professor who taught people how to think. This guy was fucking smart, man. And he was wild the way he talks. It's totally wild. And super interesting though at the same time. It's like the guy knows a lot. And the whole thing is he's fascinated by nature and the physics of nature, because it is weird stuff. Like there was one thing he was showing, like how a lasso works. You ever notice when you have a lasso, how the lasso flips up like that and it spins on its axis? Same thing with a chain. You ever spun a chain and how the chain bows out like that and it spins on its central axis? That's a phenomena in physics. And it's super interesting. And a bunch of stuff like that's what like the guy's interested in, is in these oddities, things that you wouldn't think things would be that way naturally. You know, like a football, it operates on the same the center of gravity, the inertia. Like a football, you ever seen on a field when a football lands on its side and it spins? It spins like, and then it flips up onto its fucking point, onto the axis. That's the exact same effect that's causing the effect that causes a football to spin long ways and then jump up on its axis like that is the exact same thing that causes a lasso to spin like that and cause a chain to rotate like that. And it's I think it also bicycle wheels. If you ever held a bicycle wheel, spin it, you know, and then it's hard as fuck to turn, first of all. But you know, I think the reason why that happens, I think what's happening there is that the mass has to orient itself against gravity. You know, when it and obviously it's the same like when you're skating, roller skating, and then you do a spin. When you tighten up, you spin faster. When you swing out, you spin slower. I think that has something to do with gravity, I want to say. That's my personal feeling on it. Like, I have a pretty good mind for that stuff. Like a lot of these questions that the guy was asking, or he would pose a question, and then because the answer was odd, he's like, you know, do you think things would be like this? And the guy's like, no. And then he's like, well, watch this. And then he shows him, and then it happens. He's like, isn't that crazy? Isn't that strange? And I have a pretty good mind for that. I always have kind of, I don't know. Like, I guess I think that way. And I think like, okay, what are the forces? Like what kind of, like with the football and the lasso, it's like, well, why would it be doing that? What sort of forces are, are at play here that would make, because you know what the guy did? He took a string, he tied a disc, a round plate to the bottom of it, and it was an old egg beater with a drill chuck on it. The old hand spinning egg beaters. He takes that and then he screws the chuck down and grips the string, and he spins that motherfucker. And wouldn't you know it, the plate is spinning around. Once it gets fast enough, the plate flips up on its side and it just sits there hovering. It's fucking wild. It's like, who would have thunk? Who would have thought that? Like, and I've seen that effect at play in my life. The football, I've seen that in football games and shit. It never occurred to me that a disc would do that too. I know that lassos do that, and that I've always messed around when I work with chains at work. I always spin them because of the way that they instead of just they don't go straight down. They bow like this in the center. They come like this. The center of gravity, the axis that it's spinning on, is like this. It's not this. It's weird, but I have a good mind for that stuff, and I can typically kind of work it out. Now, if it's that abstract, no, I'm not going to be able to. Nobody's going to be able to figure it out. But if it's something that's pretty simple, like the guy even said, Albert Einstein, he had a quote that was like, at the beginning, things have to be simple. That's the way he put it. At the beginning, things have to be simple. So like early on, you kind of have to think simply. You have to break things down in simple terms. See what that fucking those people's name was. That name, and I can't remember. I can see it written, but it was in cursive. So like I can see it on the chalkboard in my mind, but he wrote it in cursive, and it's kind of hard. I can't. Brachysto, yeah, and that's what he was talking about. That the that's the spinning chain and stuff. It's called in a brachysto, yeah, brachysto, and then bristochrone, which is I think it's like speed of time or yeah, brachistochrone. It's Greek. And he even said that's why I have suggested the return of Latin and Greek to the public schools, because brachistochrome brachistochrone, that's Greek, and I agreed with the guy. I like those. I like using Greek wording and stuff because it's easy to remember, and it's like like that crone or chrono. It means time, but like you can't just use English words to systematize things, because when you want to refer to those things as a systematized whatever, they get confused because you're using layman terms. So we use Latin and Greek, even though they just mean English words. They translate to English words, but it's useful. Here we go. Bernie. I think Bernoulli. I think it's Bernoulli. Yeah. Daniel Bernoulli, 1700 to 1782, Swiss mathematician and physicist, famous for fluid dynamics. Bernoulli's principle. Yeah, and I think he has a brother named Johann Bernoulli. Like, that's great. I know that this stuff is genetic, but it's like the dude even said, this family, the entire family from top to bottom were geniuses. Like, that's wild, man. That's fucking wild. And you often hear people talk about the IQ of America being so much higher than most places on Earth. Well, imagine this population in Switzerland. If they're turning out whole families, like, fuck, that's crazy. Yeah, Johann and Daniel and Jacob Bernoulli, three dudes off top, off top. One of them, yeah, he died or he in the 1600s, and the other one in the late 1600s, and then Daniel Bernoulli was in the 1700s. That's wild. That's crazy to my mind. Like these, and the thing, and the reason why I say that's wild, because we are let down by our society today. We are not nurtured. If you're smart, they just want you to conform or shut up. Conform or shut up. If you're not going to be a good little boy and follow the rules and be quiet, sit still, you just get cast aside. One of many prominent mathematicians in the Bernoulli family from Basel, he is particularly remembered for his applications of mathematics to mechanics, especially fluid dynamics, and for his pioneering work in probability and statistics. His name is commemorated in the Bernoulli's principle, a particular example of the conservation of energy, which describes the mathematics of the mechanism underlying the operation of two important technologies of the 20th century: the carburetor, which uses the Venturi effect, and the airplane wing. Damn, yeah, because and what the guy was saying was, do you know what the like he showed people, like, you take 2 points, point A and point B, what's the fastest route between those? It's not a straight line, actually. It's not a straight line. It's a curved line. And that's the top side of an airplane wing, of an airfoil. And I didn't read this, but I know that they just said he had something to do with the airplane wing, and I know that that's what that physicist was talking about, that it's not a straight line, it's this curved thing. He says if you take a piece of wire and you put it on the curved line, on the curved wire, the going between A and B, and put a bead on it, he said the bead will fall it falls the fastest on the curve. And he even said, he goes, now let's say I put the bead halfway down the wire, which is going to be faster, from going from point A to point B, or from point C to point B? Point C was in between. And the guy's like, A to B. He's like, no, they're the exact same. That's crazy, that no matter where you put the bead on the wire, It's the exact same amount of time. It's no faster. That's almost that beggars the mind almost. Like, that's wild. I wouldn't say that it's an issue that they don't become teachers. You don't need teachers. You need doers. You need doers. And used to be that doers would do, and then they would hire assistants. Or people would come almost like a dojo, like a karate, or like a kung fu dojo, where people come and they pledge themselves to the, I am your follower, blah blah blah. They bow to them, or kiss their feet, kind of like that. Where young kids, like that guy, the Faraday guy that discovered how to make electricity. That guy walked into the Royal Institute of Physics in like the 1600s in England, and he kept begging them to let him work for them at the school, and they denied it. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I just came back right now. I thought I was still. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I had to restart my shit again. Like, either I think OBS is fucking up, or my internet, or maybe a combination of my internet and I don't know, but it was not working at all. Like, I restarted like 5 times, just kept shutting off. Awful luck. It's funny. It only happens like when I'm talking about something that isn't just bitching about society or culture. I mean, I was bitching about society and culture, but not just. Ah, perfect. Thank goodness. Thought for a second I was gonna be pissed if it went back to the one the angle that I didn't want, because I don't know how to switch it away from that. That's why I was pissed about that. I had to restart it. I think I am just gonna show this video. Fuck it. If it's not fair use. I think it is fair use though. I'm not gonna play the whole fucking thing. I just want to kind of give you guys a taste.
I am Julius Sumner Miller. I teach physics. Consider this astonishing thing. I have here a copper wire, and underneath it a compass needle aligned with the wire.
Isn't this
now
guy
I
fucking
connect
awesome?
the ends of the wire
to
a seat of electrical energy.
To a seat
and
of electrical energy. And you will witness here, right now, the needle moving. Like, I love this shit. And they taught people, they didn't use contractions so much. No, none of this bullshit. Don't do this. Can't do that. It's, I cannot do that. I do not do that. Like, our language was so much more structured.
In the wire. And a remarkable thing is witnessed.
A remarkable thing.
We see the needle turn under the wire. And as Ørsted said, so must we say, why is it so?
Why is it so? I like this.
Hello there, I'm Bob Sanders, and for 5 half-hour programs with Professor Julius Sumner Miller, I've been wandering around in a kind of moronic way, trying to learn and to understand something about physics. And once again, I have to ask Professor Miller if, well, why is it so, once again?
This experiment Sanders, this experiment is one of the noblest in all of the history of science.
Yeah, this guy basically invented modern life. The guy who invented the electric generator and the electric motor, yeah, that guy is literally responsible for every single thing we do all day, every day of our lives. Today, anyway, we literally owe this guy our world. Our world would not exist without that guy, Faraday. You know, he brought the shit to the prime minister, and he showed the prime minister that what you're about to see, and the prime
Faraday's experiment. Notice again its utter simplicity. Here we have a coil
I
of
wish I
wire
knew what the fuck was
whose
going on.
ends are connected to an electrical detecting instrument. This
I don't even know when it
experiment,
cut off.
oh, must we say, why is it so?
Hello there, I'm Bob Sanders, and for 5 half-hour programs with Professor Julius Sumner Miller, I've been wandering around in a kind of moronic way, trying to learn and to understand something about physics. And once again, I have to ask Professor Miller if, well, why is it so, once again?
This experiment, Sanders, this experiment is one of the noblest in all of the history of science, since it was done by Hans Christian Ørsted, the Dane, in 1820, and it changed the world. It changed the world, Sanders. Why?
I really like this guy.
In this experiment, which was in part accidentally done by Ørsted, but do you see the virtue of an accident when there is a mind capable of seeing what there is to see?
I'm analyzing it.
All right. You remember I told you how Leonardo classified people? There are some who see by themselves, there are some who see only when shown, and there are some who never
Nick's not
see.
doing a show tonight.
So Ørsted
Good.
must certainly have been of the first class.
I'm-
See by
This 2 hours got fucked up, and it's just like I wanted to do shit. I wanted to talk.
by himself. Here we have a wire, and underneath the wire a compass needle. Now I give rise to a current in the wire from some dry cells here, which constitute a seat of electrical energy. And we see again, watch it, notice the needle turn.
That's
There
an electric
must be
motor
some
right there.
magnetic
That is the exact same principle behind that's how we produce electricity that you're using right now in power plants, and with that exact method. I mean, this is so basic to the modern world. This is like the most foundational, most basic principle, like undergirding the structure of our entire culture and societies. It's all based on that shit. Like the internal combustion engine, none of that shit can really hold a candle to the electric motor, you know.
effects arising from the current in this wire. So indeed, in 1820, Ørsted discovered that around a current-bearing conductor there is a magnetic field. Hans Christian Ørsted, whose name, of course, is honored by the Danes. 1820. Around a wire, here's a current-bearing conductor, here is a compass needle.
And the reason why I bring this up is the guy is explaining how the fucking world works. They never explain this to you in modern day anything. Not on TV, not on the news, not at school. You don't learn this shit, and you'd think that it would be a good thing to know. You know, the fucking foundational discovery to modern life, and we don't ever talk about it. You know, it's like they have to keep it hush hush because white people invented this shit. Hush hush. We don't want to rub it in that the black people can't enjoy these conversations and shit. Like, that's it. That's why we don't get to learn this shit, because I guarantee you all this stuff, it isn't taught because some feminist, some woman in the government is saying, oh, it'll hurt their feelings. Never mind that it's fucking, that we're going to hurt other people to protect these people.
The needle moves.
They teach you about this stuff in Gifted, basically, but they don't. You know, it's not in depth like this.
When there is a current in the wire. Now, in itself, this would seem to be utter simplicity. But what did it lead to? 11 years later, 1831, Michael Faraday. Oh, here was a man. Michael Faraday, for 11 years, pondering the observation by Ørsted. Faraday looking at it this way. If an electric current
the first guy, Christensen, he figured out that if you put electricity into a coil or into a wire, it will create a magnetic field. And so this guy Faraday thought, I wonder if it would work in the reverse. If I put, you know, a magnetic field, or what is it? If I put a magnet near
to a magnetic field.
Cross myself.
Maybe a magnetic field can give rise to an electric current. So, Faraday's experiment. Notice again, it's utter simplicity. Here we have a coil of wire.
Listen to that speech, too. Utter simplicity. People don't talk like that today. They don't. They just don't. We talk like fucking retards. I talk like a retard. You know, like, and not because I'm a retard, but because our society is just, ugh. It's literally slop. It's been since way before AI. We've been getting slopped like fat, disgusting hogs.
Whose ends are connected to an electrical detecting instrument, a galvanometer, which points 0 at when we begin. Coil of wire. Now, what did Faraday do? He took a bar magnet, whose polarity I shall demonstrate that way. And what did he do? He thrust the bar magnet into the coil, and when he did it, the needle moved.
Proving that he'd...
Magnetic field producing an electric current. When the magnet was at rest in the coil, the needle drifted back to 0. Now, when he pulled the magnet out, the needle went the other way, as we shall ourselves see. So he discovered electromagnetic induction. And it is the device which lights the world. Because all electrical industry, all the lights you see,
still today
come by this.
Except for
and I want to tell you a word about Michael Faraday. You know, he was the son of a poor blacksmith, a little boy in his teens. He applied for a job at the Royal Institution, and it was ignored. So what did he do? He went to the lectures given there by Sir Humphrey Davy and wrote up the notes on these lectures and sent them to Sir Humphrey Davy, who was president of the Royal Society and director of the Royal Institution, again with a request for a job. Now, Sir Humphrey Davy took it up with the high administration, who replied in this fashion: engage him to wash bottles. If he doesn't want it, we are rid of him. So Sir Humphrey Davy engaged...
I don't know, I just switched. I used both my Ethernet cables. Now everything's fine. Like, I wish... I don't know why it's been doing this all the last week. It really pisses me off.
Michael Faraday to wash bottles. Now, what shall we say of the rest of it? Soon, very soon, Sir Humphrey Davy discovered that he had something more than a bottle washer. To make a long story short, Sir Humphrey Davy and Lady Davy toured Europe and took Michael with them. And he met Voltaire, and he met Galvani, and he was stirred deep in his soul, and he spent the next 50 years in the Royal Institution himself. Indeed, gave a famous lecture entitled The Chemical History of a Candle, better than which there has never been one. Just the candle. Do you see, I am trying to do here what Faraday has done with absolutely simple and primitive things. Now I'll end the tale. In his last years, Sir Humphrey Davy was asked, what was your greatest discovery? And he had made a great many in his own right. And what was his answer? Michael Faraday. Isn't that a beautiful little tale?
It is.
Indeed.
It is.
So, let's go and do the experiment of Faraday. Here we have the meter, which reads 0 at this time. And here we have a coil of wire whose ends are connected to the meter. And here we have a bar magnet. And I would have you feel this. When I stand like this is the classical characteristic stance of Michael Faraday in every photograph and painting we see of him. And it stirs me to contemplate that I could have even the slightest likeness to this intellectual giant. But remember, make no mistake, I am not a Michael Faraday. There have been but few of that kind.
Yes.
So, come up here a little bit.
You know what I take from this? We live in a fucking a vastly different world. The place that we live in today might as well be another universe. It bears almost no resemblance to this world. There's almost no connection. How the guy carries himself. How the guy holds himself, how he's dressed, how he speaks so matter-of-factly. Isn't it odd? Doesn't that strike you? Is there something different about it? You know, this guy came from a society that valued truth and objectivity. And even if what you said was distasteful, or if it ruffled feathers, if there was value to it, people didn't care. That they cared more about the value. And it strikes me that I can feel that it's palpable to me when I see stuff from back then and stuff that, like the way that he's talking about stuff, the way that he's like so matter-of-factly about all of these great minds. Nobody would fucking dare talk about somebody 400 or 500 that lived 400 or 500 years and dare to just matter-of-factly say what a great person they are, this, that, and the other. Think about this. Like, how often do people qualify shit? They'll say, yeah, this guy, he was a great mind. Now, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, I don't condone everything he did, you know, because no doubt the guy had fucking foibles, you know. I'm sure he made mistakes. But back then, people really didn't give a shit about feelings. People really didn't give a shit if the guy had foibles. He was still a great mind. Whereas nowadays, you could cure cancer, you know, but if you beat your wife, God forbid, that's it. Fuck, people are just they'd rather die of cancer than use your cure. And it's just like, hey, this is not really a world that I want to live in. It's like, it doesn't matter. There are certain sins or certain great sins that there's no way that you can atone for them. No matter how much you give back, you cannot atone for them. I mean, am I wrong? Am I out of line? But that is the way it is. We live in a society. It's not a free society. It's not a truthful society anymore. It's a fucking cult, man. It is a cult. You know, you can't say, you can't like lift somebody up that was a wife beater. You know what I mean? Like, and if you do, you would have to say, you know, oh, I'm not condoning this and that, you know, but back then, no, people that wasn't an issue. Nobody cared. I mean, I think it was obviously it was acceptable to put your hands on your wife back then. Guys slapped their wives all the time. And honestly, I actually, I don't see a problem with that. Women slap their husbands all the fucking time. People slap each other all the time. You know, but like, I get, you know, battering somebody and leaving them covered in fucking wounds and bruises. That's, no. Like slapping your wife, like women, you know, they fly off the handle and slap people too. But men, you see, like, you make a mistake and you're crucified. There is no coming back from that. And I just think that's a feminized society. That is a society. It's a queer society. It's not about truth. It's not about objectivity. It's about feelings and, you know, minding the religion you know, sticking to the religious orthodoxies.
I'm going to thrust this biomagnet in there and watch the needle. Did you see the needle?
Flicked right over.
Yes, and do you see it's now at rest and at zero because the magnet is at rest in the coil. Now I'm going to pull the magnet out. Do you see it went the other way?
Yes.
And clearly the needle reads zero again. Now I'm going to turn the magnet over. I'm turning the magnet over using the other pole. Watch the needle. Watch the needle. Watch the needle.
Yes. Over she went.
Yes. And the other way.
Yes.
You see it. A very dramatic thing. Extraordinarily dramatic. And on this principle, electromagnetic induction rests all the electrical business of all the world. Oh, one more remark. You see, I'm filled with the history of this.
One more remark.
Faraday demonstrated this to the Prime Minister, his discovery of electromagnetic induction, done a little differently than I have shown, but in principle the same. And you know what the Prime Minister said? Mr. Faraday, of what use is this? And how did Michael answer?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You may one day be able to tax it. Isn't that wonderful? So I'm going to show you some more about the interaction of magnetic fields and magnetic fields. Remember, current bearing.
The fact that that Englishman said that to the Prime Minister, that is so stereotypical for Englishmen. You know, with John Locke and the Wealth of Nations, Englishmen fucking hate taxes. Boy, do they hate taxes. We hate taxes. But something about the Englishmen, man, they hate government. They just want to take care of themselves and be left alone. England used to not, it was totally anti-nanny state. Not anymore.
Conductors give rise to magnetic fields. So for this purpose, another little demonstration. I have now 2 glass incandescent lamps. You know, the kind of which you use at home to light your house.
Did you see how he drew it? He did one hemisphere, and then he picked up the chalk, and then started the second hemisphere, except he did more than the whole hemisphere. He did the whole half of the light bulb, and then he finished it off by, you know, doing this part here. You know, he did that separately, then he did one there, and then he did this one. I just thought that was neat. You know, that guy, obviously this guy spent a lot of time in front of a chalkboard.
And let us say they are equipped with filaments which are shaped like this. And my experiment consists of energizing one of them with alternating current and energizing the other with direct current. You get it?
Yes.
Now, I asked my class, how do you distinguish these? They cannot be distinguished by the unaided eye. But we can do an experiment using Ørsted and Faraday, which uncovers which is which. Let us go and do this experiment. Here I have one of those lamps. It happens to have 3 or 4 loops, as we shall see, and I'm going to energize it with some electrical energy. Do you see the lamp is, as we say, lighted? Now, there is in this coil, in this loop, an alternating current. Therefore, the field produced...
Look at the portable mics on the necklace. That's how they used to do it in the 60s, but like, how bulky they were.
The current in this loop is alternating, first having one direction, then another. I am now going to bring up, oh, excuse me. I am now going to bring up near that lamp another magnetic field produced.
See how big that magnet is? The magnets we use today, the rare earth magnets, it would be like 1/10 of that size to be the same power. They didn't have magnets. The magnet, like you know, the normal fridge magnets, they're weak compared to the rare earth magnets. That's why they have such big ones like that, because that rare earth, they hadn't discovered it. They would just use the iron ferrite or whatever, the dark magnets, the gray ones, the dark gray ones.
By this very strong horseshoe magnet. Watch what happens to the filament. Watch what happens now. Watch what happens.
Check it out.
Do you see the filament is set into oscillation?
Yes.
In a very feverish way.
That's wild.
Indeed, if I produced more feverish agitation on the part of the filament,
It
what do you
blows
suppose would
up.
happen?
You'd break the filament.
And I am reminded, this is mechanical resonance.
This is extremely interesting. I remember my dad telling me about this when I was a kid. Telling me that, because, you know, my dad he's in like engineering, and he's like, you know, harmonic frequencies, like people that, remember how you see how people, they sing, women would sing and break a glass. Anything has a harmonic frequency that it resonates to, and if it's played enough, it will shatter. You can topple bridges, you can topple buildings with the right, if you hit the right note, the right frequency. I remember my dad telling me that in the military, when you cross bridges marching, they send men across irregularly in like threes, because marching men across a bridge, if you hit the wrong frequency with the march, you'll collapse the fucking bridge. Like, isn't that crazy? That you have to go across irregularly in small groups, because there's a possibility you could collapse a whole bridge.
Which, if it becomes excessive, can destroy the member itself. And what do you think I'm reminded of? In Joshua, the Old Testament, I think it's 6:7 or something like that. The priests blew their trumpets, and the walls fell down flat. Indeed, this is very good physics.
Isn't that kind of odd? Isn't that kind of odd that in the Bible, Joshua's trumpet, that strikes me as mighty queer. I don't know. That's mighty queer, man.
We need not consider the scriptural lesson in it, just the physics. The priests blew their trumpets and the walls fell down flat. And this reminds me to tell you, I have an ambition for my last years. You know, it's said you can't fight City Hall. You've heard that expression?
Yes.
I am going to equip myself with all the kinds of musical instruments in all the world, and I'm going down to City Square and sit in the City Square and blow instruments of all kinds at all pitches until I find the resonant frequency of some fundamental steel member in City Hall, set it into oscillation, and destroy it. Isn't that a noble ambition?
I hope you at
let,
least
let
warm
me
them.
do that with that lamp. I want to do that. Come on. We want to see how the walls of Jericho were felled by the trumpet's blast. Watch the lamp. There we are, at the cost of a lamp. But I say anything to see physics in its beauty.
I agree.
We can buy another lamp. That's unimportant.
We can buy another
I
lamp.
do not agreed
I love this
that
guy's
Faraday
affect.
made a contribution to the human race.
Oh, indeed. You
Now-
had some
I thought it was
notes.
Jay
Yes,
too,
yes, yes.
that blew his.
This I must do before our time expires. I have made a note so that my memory would not be allowed to fail. This is a public expression of my indebtedness to many people for the privilege of doing these shows. So, as duty-bound, I would say, first, I owe an expression of thanks to ABC for inviting me to do the shows, and to certain people like Mr. Ashbolt and Mr. Semler and others. To Professor Messel, I am especially indebted for the freedom of his institution, because, as you're aware, without it I could have done nothing. All my stuff is 10,000 miles away. To certain members of his staff who have drilled holes in tin cans and cut glass tubing and done 1,000 little jobs. Without this, I could not have prospered. Many of his staff. Finally, to Win Frecker, the producer, who has borne nobly this torment, and not the least to yourself for having borne up so nobly.
I think I should return this by saying for the audience, who I'm sure have enjoyed this so much, very, very quietly but sincerely, many thanks for doing it.
Let's go
With some
on
more
with physics.
experiments.
Right. Oh, and this one. How's our time? Because this is going to be something.
This is your perennial worry, isn't
Right.
it?
Time. How's the time?
Let's say we have 15. Anyway.
My chimney effect. Story. Story. Here is a little slope. My neighbor lives here, and I live a little higher up.
This is fucking legit, man. And this is old back in the day problems.
Do you see? It's a measure of our status, okay? A little higher. She lives across the street from me, in fact. So one day she comes to my home, knocks on the door. I come to the door. How do you do, Mrs. Howland? How do you do, Professor? Will you step in? No, she hadn't time, nor did I have time to have her step in. Can I help you? She said, Professor, does your fireplace smoke? Very good question, you know. Does your fireplace smoke?
Does the smoke come out of the fireplace into your house? Because it's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to go straight up and out.
I said, indeed it does not, and I resent the implication. My fireplace does not smoke. Whereupon she said, well, why doesn't it? I said, it does not smoke because it resides in the house of a physicist. Good answer.
Yes.
To which she quickly replied, that may be so, but your doorbell does not work. Oh, I enjoy that. But anyway, her fireplace smokes. She wanted to know why mine does not. So I told her, I am at a little higher elevation than she is, and there is a stronger blow of wind across my smokestack, my chimney. Now, if she could get the same blow of wind across the top of her chimney as I get here, her fireplace would not smoke. So she did as I said. She got some stonemasons and they put on a higher chimney. And now, as I predicted, her fireplace does not smoke. So we are again invoking the astonishing physics of that family known as the Bernoullis, of whom I said there were about 100, all geniuses.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That's fucking crazy.
Now, this fellow Daniel gave us this principle, that if I blow a sharp stream of air across the top here, I reduce the pressure all in here, reduce the pressure, and the atmosphere pushes the soot and smoke up out
It's
of the
so
chimney.
cool. Watch what he does
Isn't that
with Rice
amazing?
Krispies.
Just blow across there. So indeed, let's go and do it.
Right.
It's
Here we
wild.
are. Now,
I
first
knew
I
that,
describe
but
what
I
I
didn't
have.
know you could do what he does with it.
Here is a beaker filled with some Rice Krispies or something.
You know, yeah,
This is my
he's
fireplace.
got a bunch of these videos.
Here is the
too,
glass,
Jake,
which
too.
is my chimney. Now remember, Sanders, I am not going to blow that stuff out. I am going to blow a stream of air across the top of the tube.
And the
Isn't that
atmosphere
amazing?
forces it up.
Let's see it work.
Having blown,
causes a low
while I blow the
pressure
air across here,
in the tube.
the pressure in here gets less. The pressure everywhere else is atmospheric. The atmosphere pushes the stuff out. Watch it. We ask for a full stream of air. Do you feel the air? We need more air. More air, I say. More.
You know, there really is a skill to getting people to go on a journey with you. This guy, this brevity and the little jokes and the little chuckles and stuff. People love that. People love that stuff, you know, and the guy's just very personable and very infectious, I would even say.
We need all the air the people can give us. There we are. Good. Now we'll shut it off for a moment. Did you see the smokestack?
Yes, so it's being sucked out. Wrong word.
Oh, yes.
Wrong word.
Yes.
Being
yes.
pushed
Yeah,
out.
those are Rice
Being pushed
Krispies.
out by the atmosphere
Yes,
down
yes.
here because the pressure here is less. Now that word suction, I put on my lecture board at the beginning of the year, and I go all the year with it in successive lectures, certain ersatz und verboten terms, words, phrases, and suction is one of them. There ain't no such stuff. Now, that may not be good English, but the firmness of it is convincing.
I'm convinced.
What we do, no,
Back then, they used to say, like, I remember a teacher saying, "The ain't a word. We ain't gonna use it." You know, like ain't a word, so I ain't gonna use it. I remember kids saying that, little, you know, jingles. Not anymore. We have no standards anymore. We have no pride in anything. Like back then, Americans took pride in their language. The English took more pride in their language. Everybody took pride in their culture. And it was an insult if you moved here and spoke another language, that people saw that as an insult. Get out of our country. Like everybody would say that to you. Yeah, men absolutely make the best teachers. They cut to the quick. And they know how to hold your focus, you know? They make things kind of gripping because they know what you want, what you like. What I know when I'm thrilled by something or I find it interesting, I know that you guys are too. You know, when something kind of, whoa, that's wild, I know that you guys are going to enjoy it.
do you drink a soda with a straw?
Yes.
And you say you suck it up through the straw? No. What you do is reduce the pressure in the tube by a certain action of the lungs and the throat.
That's incredibly. No, it's ain't a word, so I ain't gonna use it.
Now,
But you don't actually suck the liquid up into the straw. No, you create, I mean, really. Bro. Okay, there we go. Finally. Wow, man, I do not understand. This is maybe it's because it's Friday night. I don't know.
Into your mouth. No suction. Will you remember that, Mr. Sanders? Good.
God damn.
Next one. Next
Why?
one.
Why
Before
tonight?
we go to that, the following. Supposing I have a tube here, which is somewhat tapered, through which I blow a fast stream of air. So I have air coming out.
What's wild about this, JQ, is every 5 minutes is a new such and such. It really is wild. Like you said, this is good shit. This is good stuff. That's why I said, bro, we have been cheated, man. Why are kids not exposed to this in school? You know, if you want to get, like when you give somebody medicine or you give a child medicine, you know, they make it bubblegum flavored. When you give a horse or a dog medicine, you put it in peanut butter. When you give a kid medicine, you spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. You make the school day filled with this stuff, and then you throw the medicine in between it. That's how you teach. And that stuff, to me, that's totally obvious. Obvious. Like I'd be like, yeah, this is what you do. You showed this stuff, and then the stuff that people don't like, you slip that in where you can. That's how you get it done. Nah, man. Because I don't know. That's how I learned. I doubt maybe girls don't learn that way, or I don't know, or maybe it really is. They're just trying to make factory workers. But it's a tragedy. The West is great. It is the best. Why aren't we teaching this stuff? That's criminal. I mean, it's absurd.
Now, if I have a ball on top there,
they would teach this kind of stuff is what inspires people to go be a physicist. This is what inspires people to do great things. Dude, nobody ever did anything great as far as school is concerned. They don't want to inspire people. That's what I'm always hammering home. The masses, us, the goy. No, we are not allowed to be inspired. No, we get busy work.
one would expect that I could hold the ball up because the air pushes up and the ball pushes down. But supposing I have the airstream directed sidewise.
You'd think that the ball would fall to the ground.
Right. So, let's have it now. Look at here.
That's wild. No shit. I did not know that.
Notice
Well
that.
done.
It's probably because
Notice,
the
that
air
was
is
20
going
degrees
around.
off the vertical. I'm going to do it
It's kind
again
of
because I
holding
like
it.
it. Well, do you see it work?
Yeah,
That was
it's
so
big.
cool.
So we have the astonishing phenomenon of the ball not held vertically on the stream of air, but off the vertical.
Yes.
Now, what does this do for us? You know, sometimes you are interested in the practical usefulness, which I have no interest in ever. If we explored the action of this ball on the airstream, it would account for what golf balls do when they are hit badly. It would account for what baseballs do when they are hit. Do you see how much could be learned by knowing something about Bernoulli's principle? Good.
Wow.
What's the next one?
Oh, the next one. Turn on the gas
Incredible.
and I'll show you
I
something
didn't realize
enchanting.
that was Bernoulli's.
Full,
principle.
full, full. Full. We're got a
Bunsen
little blow.
burner.
We've got a little blow. There we have.
You know, I remember in 6th grade, the first year of middle school, when they had Bunsen burners at the tables in science, we never, not once in school, ever used that shit. Not one time. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
I'm going to show you something which is
And that
beyond-
just goes to, I'm just illustrating, they had that shit there for a reason. They used to use Bunsen burners and teach junior high kids great things in science. Bro, they just totally scrapped it. That shop, home economics, bro, they just scrapped it, bro. Our leaders, man, they hate our fucking guts, man. They hate our guts, dude.
beyond credibility. Well, have not all these things been?
If this is the pipe again, you showed me on the
but
program.
Notice, I said all this is enchanting. Do you remember what Michael Faraday said of the world? There is nothing too wonderful to be true. So, I remind you, I have the metal pipe that I used on your show one evening, and it has a little piece of wire screen.
Yes, gauze.
Wire screen or wire gauze, and I fill it with music, you remember, by heating the gauze? See, I heat it, I heat it, I heat it. And then...
What?
Yes.
And then when I put it like this, the music can't fall out.
What the
Now, this is a
fuck?
metal pipe, and it has a wire screen in it, correct?
Holy
But-
shit, bro. That was impressive as shit, man. What the hell? He fucking blew flames into it and then pulled it away. Bro, that is crazy. Man, physics are incredible.
Something more enchanting.
This is it, I know.
Oh, yeah. This is a cardboard tube on which rugs come rolled. You can get them 4 feet, 8 feet, 12 feet. Good. And this cardboard tube has nothing in it. Are you agreed?
True.
That is not right. It is filled with air. Oh, Mr. Sanders.
That's old.
Oh, yes. But are you agreed that, as compared with the first one, this has no gauze?
There's no gauze in it, nothing.
Remember that one when I heated? It sang after I took it away from the flame.
Yes.
Watch this one. Turn on the gas a little more, please.
I think that's full on.
Oh, all right. Watch it now. Listen. Just a cardboard tube.
Wow.
I'm having a little trouble.
Not enough heat?
Not enough heat.
Let's shake it up.
Whoa. Whoa.
We have a little. Sounds like a steamboat on the Mississippi, doesn't it? Isn't it beautiful?
And what happens when you take that off?
Whoa.
It stops.
That's wild.
Now, let me tell you in a sentence about my organ at home, my pipe organ. It consists of nothing but an array of such tubes,
Yep.
gotten from rug merchants, of various lengths, various diameters, various wall thicknesses, and I have them arrayed in a frame so that when I run with burners from one to another, I can play a Bach chorale. All with an organ that costs nothing, absolutely. Now, remember...
You see how
the
he's
physics
standing
of
on
this
his
is not
tiptoes? He jumped up like that. That was so cool. Like, I like these kind of guys too. But you know, these are, you know, they used to show this kind of stuff. These guys had shows on like Saturday mornings and shit, like Bill Nye, but he's a dickhead. But you know, we used to be taught this stuff, and it just, you know, and like I wasn't gonna play it because it wasn't, it's not fair use, but like, you know, at the same time, it's like, no, I have to play this guy because his affect and the way he is so like likable, you know. And there's so much meat on the bone for this show, you know. Like every 5 minutes, it's a new thing.
But is it not an exercise that would stir even the dullest to curiosity?
All of it.
Yes.
All of it is.
So now let's go to some more acoustics. How's our
Now,
time?
this all looks fascinating. I think we've put about 8 minutes perhaps.
About 8 minutes. Yes, here we are.
Perhaps 8 minutes.
Here is
perhaps.
something that would bewitch,
Bill
again,
Nye
I
is a
say, even the
scumbag.
dullest.
He's
Here
a
is an
scum.
array of plates. See, a square plate, a round plate, small one, a bigger round one, so on.
Like a strange xylophone.
Right. Now, if I...
Well, that's why I fucking hate TikTok. I'm trying to learn TikTok now, but it's all this bite-sized slop that's designed to just keep you hooked on the screen. Because I was reading on Grok like how to game the algorithm, and it's like, wow, you turn people into fucking robots. That's how you game the algorithm.
blow a plate, say a round one, it sounds a little pretty, but the question is, what is that plate doing? How does it vibrate? That is, in what shape is it vibrating? To find this out, we sprinkle it with a little sand, or say
yeah.
sugar. Although this sugar, notice how critical nature is. The sugar that I am using here is coarse-grained and not so good for my purpose. Sugar that's very fine has smaller grains and better adapted. Now watch. Remember what we are asking.
Yes.
How is this plate shaking? How is it watch?
Wow. Ooh, a star. That's so
Do you see?
cool.
There is a 3, 5, well, it's supposed to be an 8-pointed star. Let's start again
That's
and tip this a little this
beautiful.
way because, well, I'm going to use sand. The plate is a little bent, I fear. Let me try it once more.
I fear.
Oh, look at that.
Oh!
Wow.
Notice
How many
that.
points?
Oh, I don't know how many, but it's delightful, isn't it? Isn't that the
It's
prettiest thing?
delightful, isn't it?
All by bowing. Let me bow it again now in a different
I'm
way.
gonna bow it.
You know, nature outwitted me here, as she always does, those who think a little about her. I did not expect this, and so the result enchants my soul. Watch it.
It enchants his soul. Did you hear that? And the result, it enchants my soul. That's so incredible. So almost like poetry. And bowing the plate and nature is so beautiful. Like the way that he talks about nature, this is an inspiring human being. This guy is trying to inspire people. He's trying to inspire curiosity and science, and people looking at, wondering, thinking, daydreaming about how things work. Because that's how we got to where we are today. People discovering, daydreaming, noticing.
Well, I'm having a little trouble here. I'm having a little trouble. I'll try it again.
That's
Well,
so
I'm having a
neat.
little trouble.
Roughly the same number of
Yes.
points.
Now let me try a square one. Here is a small square one. What is it, 4 inches on an edge?
Yes.
Watch this one now.
4-pointed star.
Yes, isn't that pretty? Now let's try a bigger one. A bigger plate, and this one is square. Now let's try this one. See what we get out of it. Notice, just a plate, just a plate.
Wow. That's badass.
Isn't that something?
That
Are
is
you not
something.
enchanted by the
Perfect
prospect?
pattern, too.
Yes. Now
No
let's go to this
shit,
white one.
man.
This circular
That is
one.
so impressive.
Notice now what a plate does.
How pretty.
Oh, yes. I discover here by fingering that this plate is very thin. This one is thicker. This one is a round one. Let's see what this one does when bowed. Remember, we had 12 points over there, I think. Isn't that
That's
delightful?
very neat.
6. Now we'll go to this square one, which will be our last one, and we'll see what this one can do.
What's crazy is that resembles a pie chart. So pie charts, those graphics, those are totally natural occurrences. We have pie charts in abstraction. We use them to tell stories and to show abstractions of real situations. But you could see that naturally in nature. So the pie chart, even if our civilization was completely wiped off the earth, if humans came back, they would automatically they would use pie charts too, because it's not just some random figment of our imagination. No, it's represented in nature. I mean, this stuff is really, there's a lot of meaning in the world if you look in the right places.
Are you not agreed, Mr. Sanders? Just look.
And people wonder why scientists believe in God. People wonder why certain scientists, like Sir Isaac Newton and these guys, they believe in God because they see design in this. They see beauty in this. Structure. And chaos, you'd think chaos would be the natural order of the world, but it's not. It's like order. Or at least it evolves into order or something. It's wild.
At it and hearing the... Here, get your ear near here. Get down here. Look at that.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yes, delightful, delightful. Notice, is it not said that music charms the beast? Yes. So now here's another square one.
The savage
I'll bow it a little
beast.
differently than I bowed that one.
Look at them jump around.
Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? And listen, get down close. And look how long-lasting. A delightful thing. I hate really to shut it up because it's behaving so beautifully.
This guy, he gets off on teaching people. I'm the same way. But you can see his joie de vivre, what he loves in life is literally showing people really neat stuff that he thinks is neat. Let's get the likes up, fellas. Come on now.
Oh,
I'm bringing you gold, and you guys can't even hook a brother up with a like or two. No?
This I got is the same as the other. So are you agreed? The
There
behavior
was
of vibrating
chaos in the
plates
beginning.
is something to enchant
We
all.
It is indeed. But what are you
Man
reading
brought
from this as
order.
well?
Oh, I am Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Remember when I bowed the plate without any sugar on
God
it? We just
brought
heard some music.
Yes.
But we did not know how the plate was vibrating. Clearly, this pattern tells us, first, that the plate is not vibrating where there is sugar or sand, because where the sugar has gathered, the plate must be at rest. All other places on the plate are shaking with great agitation.
Wow.
This was discovered by a German named Chladni, capital C-H-L-A-D-N-I.
Yeah,
he
not
showed-
some fucking African tribesman. J Boss, I've been waiting for you. I knew that I knew you would love this, or that this would be right up your alley.
Mr. Napoleon. And what did Napoleon say? Schladny
No,
make
well, I've seen a lot of scientists where they say there's just too much structure and beauty in nature, the laws of nature. It beggars the mind, like, this isn't chaotic.
musical sounds visible. So there's a point to be remembered about
Musical sounds visible.
Napoleon.
That is
Here was a
badass.
tyrant of the first order, but you see, he had a little art in his soul. Indeed, when Volta from Como, Italy, whose tomb I visited and was enchanted, when Volta showed Napoleon some of his electrical devices, he said to Napoleon, "I will have to resign my post at Padova because I need more time for my researches." Whereupon Napoleon said, "If Professor Volta claims that he is overtaxed, let him give but one lecture a year." You see, so Napoleon had some intellectual curiosity, apart from being a tyrant. Don't you think this thing should be pointed up in the history books? Indeed.
Julius, before you go away, can I just say that I can do this?
Oh, sure you can. Of course. There is no special talent here. None at all.
Sure?
None at all. Bow it. Indeed. Gently and vertically upward. With the lower
Vertically
end of the bow,
upward.
you'll do better. Again, a little stronger attack. There you are. There you are. Sanders, a second Schladny.
I have made
Yes.
music and pictures.
Yes. Now, I think it appropriate to end this show, since we have a couple minutes, I believe, with some reflections on the physics of toys. The physics of toys. You know, that's a subject that enchants my heart. I tried to make one of the toys that I have at home, but it wouldn't work. Consider this the top of a pot, the lid of a pot. I took the knob off.
Yes.
And what I would do if I could make this work, but you see, the lid does not quite fit my purpose, is this. I would spin this lid around like this. Get it?
Yes.
Now, having spun it at a rapid rate, about a point here, we would say that it has large kinetic energy of rotation and large moment of inertia. I would slip the stick over to the very middle, and it would spin so in that fashion for half an hour or more. This is a toy that sells in America, and when the kids saw me do it on television, thousands were doing it in the streets for weeks. Do you see the joy in a spinning plate?
I do. Professor, I think we'll have to finish there. I hope that thousands of people who watch these programs will have learnt the one essential part of all of these lectures, and that is, or these talks, that you want them to think. Isn't
Oh,
it?
yes, and the curiosity must be stirred in the youngest, if the human race is to aspire to its noblest aims.
Thank you very much.
Yo, I didn't even see this part, but that's what I'm saying, man. This guy says it plain as day. I can see it plain as day, but they don't teach it to us. Why is that? If the only reason why you wouldn't teach this stuff is if you were trying to keep your boot heel on somebody's windpipe. And the way that I see, they say that inventions and what do they call it? Ingenuity or boom periods of great change and inventions and new stuff. They happen like sort of all at once, like the 19th and 20th century. And then for long periods, there's like a lull. It's a stagnant period. And I think that, that stagnant period, to me, like I was thinking about this earlier, just kind of pondering. And I feel like it is kind of a contrived, it's like a purposeful intent stagnation. Like all these new industries and new companies have been built, and they want to solidify their game. Man, I don't understand what the fuck is going. Like, it's like every 20 minutes the fucking internet takes a dump for a second. But I was just saying, it's like a contrived stagnation because, and it's like our modern day nobility, little tech and stuff like Nick talks about. It's like they are on top and they want to stay on top. Miriam Adelson, Keith Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and not so much Elon Musk though, but all the other ones. They want to stay on top of society. They own the revenue streams. They own it. It's theirs. They don't want if there's any new innovation, they want to produce it. And they were startups. They destroyed huge industries that were before them. social media, they put a lot of shit out of business. A lot of stores, they don't want to be put out of business. And that's what I think. That's why we have been dumbed down. That's why they don't care about the fact that 20% of high school graduates can't read. This is like purposeful shit. No politicians ever talk about that fact. Bro, that's not for no reason. That shit it's by design. They don't want us to be able to read, man. They are setting up techno-feudalism. They're setting up like a world where not only is there a huge disparity in capital between the bottom of society and the top of society, they want there to be a disparity in knowledge, man. They can't truly oppress you unless you're fucking stupid. They want you to not even know you're being oppressed, man. This is how they do it, bro. You don't even know that you're being oppressed because they're omitting knowledge. They're omitting all of the knowledge that explains the world. And I'll tell you I guarantee you what's going on is they're trying to bring the population at large back to a medieval period where things look like magic, where they think the shit behind the phone is magic. That is where we're heading, gentlemen. Like, I'm telling you, man, they want to strip us of everything, and then in the future, they're gods. They're gods because they know how the phones work. They know how to put pictures on a screen. Anybody who thinks that is beneath people, that doing something so diabolical is beneath our superiors, man, I would not bet money on that if I was you. Like, do not do, like, no. They are doing it. That's a fact, man. They're just letting us get stupider. They don't care. They don't care about the future. It's like they know something that we don't know.
And bon voyage to America.
Thank you.
Why is it so? It's such a cool. I want to watch them in the order that. Watch them in the order that I saw them earlier today, like that I watched them in. There we go. They don't teach like this anymore. Huh. Are you guys still
These
there?
programs are for everybody, ages 4 to 94, and in all walks of life. And I am Julius Sumner Miller, and physics is my business, a phrase you have heard now some hundreds of times.
Up, fellas. Come on now.
And what is our business? In this series, a new one, entitled again, Why It Is So, on light, optics, and some brief adventure into modern physics. First, let me identify that modern physics business. Physics dates from antiquity, Archimedes, Euclid, Pythagoras, and others. Regarding modern physics, we include those things which began, let us say, at the turn of the century, as, for example, Röntgen discovering X-rays in 1905, J.J. Thomson discovering the electron, 1897.
And out of all the people that could be named, there's like one or two women. Madame Curie, she's like one of 2 or 3 women that have discovered, like, or that have observed natural phenomena and then figured them out, like stuff like that. The rest of them are all men. It's like women, they're not really disposed to this kind of stuff. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I guess they just don't find this interesting, or for whatever reason, this just isn't their forte.
Marie Sklodowska and Pierre. Rutherford,
Marie
radioactivity. Becquerel on radioactive activity and such. Things then in our own day.
Marie Curie, she discovered radium and radiation, basically. Her and her husband, Pierre Curie. She was a Polak, and he was a Pole, and he was a Frenchman.
Now coming back to our principal first business, in optics or in light. I would remind you of the several senses we possess. Touch, taste, smell, hearing, sight. And I am led to say, in principle, this: the value of a thing that we possess is best measured by the consequence upon us if we were bereft of it. So, if I were to lose my sense of touch, that might be bad. I could be burned on a stove and not know it.
Yeah.
If I were to lose my sense of taste, then all things would likely taste alike, but I could survive with that.
A lot of people don't realize that, pain, it serves a purpose. It's so you don't damage your body, because chafing and stuff, we're only made of skin. It comes apart. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point of pain. So we don't deteriorate ourselves.
Not with too great discomfort. If I lost my sense of smell, then an apple and an onion would smell alike, perhaps, which would not be too disastrous. If I were to lose my faculty of hearing, Mr. Pearson, this would be bad. I would not hear the gurgle of a brook, or the flight of a bird on the wing.
It would be bad.
Or the wind in the pines. Nor could I hear my friends. So that would be very bad. But if I were bereft of my sight, oh, that would be a terrible thing.
Can't navigate.
Of this I shall say no more, but I've given you something to think about. And what do I mean by that? We should thank our blessings for the faculties we possess so abundantly.
Yeah.
Now coming to the subject of light. We treat it in several ways. First, a geometrical way.
By the way, I freaking love chalkboards. I absolutely hate whiteboards. I just love chalkboards. It reminds me of school and learning. And I don't know, something about it.
Geometrical way. By that I mean we will consider a source of light, as a candle, say. Here it is. Now, why do I choose a candle as a source of light? Because Michael Faraday did much with candles, and I have a fondness for Michael Faraday. You know that, Anderson. Indeed, I urge you, when you are in London, visit his grave in Highgate Cemetery in a prayerful mood. So we consider a source of light.
Bro, people don't talk like this anymore. Like revering characters from the past or great minds from the past. Like go to the grave if you're ever in London and leave a flower or two. You know what? Like there's something, man. Like the modern era, it's so much less human.
That the energy goes that way, and all the things we discuss will be with lines called rays. We will discuss reflection. That can be handled on the ray diagram argument. We can discuss refraction, the bending, the change in direction of light when it enters a medium of different density.
It's so pretty and easy.
We can talk about the rectilinear propagation.
No young kids can
rectilinear meaning it goes in a straight line. Rectilinear propagation.
It may as well be another language.
And we can make arguments for its finite velocity, meaning it does not go instantaneously, which some indeed in earlier years thought to be. Then we can discuss light on a physical argument. Physical. Here we imagine light to be a wave motion, an undulation, as it was first thought, an undulation in the ether, since it was supposed that light needed a medium for propagation, which it turns out is not so. It goes best where there ain't nothing.
Yeah, it goes where
the
there's
English
a
may not be
vacuum.
purist, but you know my method. So we consider
even in a black
advancing waves. What have I drawn here? You know when you drop a pebble on a quiet pond, you see those ever-growing circles of disturbance, about which I'll talk later. They are the result of some such mechanism. Then we have, finally, the quantum argument, where we imagine light to be made up of little bundles of energy propagated in the stuff in question.
So cool how they mark
the energy of each little quantum being given by some stuff like that, h nu. Well, if you're not used to the Greek, I'll write it hf, where h has a strange complexion. It is Planck's constant, and f is the frequency, which in the vernacular might be called the color.
This is wild.
So our first concern is with the treatment of light phenomena geometrically. And my first experiment would be as follows. Supposing I had a cardboard, such as I have here, with a tiny hole in it. Tiny hole. I'm going to make a tiny hole. And supposing I put an object out here, which is a luminous source. Notice I said luminous. We see all things either because they are self-luminous and emit their own light, or we see them by reflection.
Basically, all we can see is light. And if there was no light bouncing off of everything, like we don't actually see objects. We see light that hits the object and then reflects into our eyes. And the reason why it's a different color is because that object, whatever color it is, colors are differentiated because they absorb all of the light except the color that they reflect. So if something is purple or violet or green, let's say it's green, that means that it absorbs all the light that hits it except for green. Green, it reflects. Black absorbs everything. White, the color white, it reflects all light. And then every other color only reflects the color that it is, and it absorbs most, the other stuff. And if we didn't have light bouncing off of everything, we wouldn't be able to see. It's like the same thing as with, like they say, the stars that you're looking at, they may be dead by now because you're looking at a star 1,000 years ago or millions of years ago. It's the same thing. We're looking at the reflection and not the actual object. Yeah, because if there was no light, yeah, we wouldn't see it.
Those are the two mechanisms, and there are no others. Now, supposing I had a screen here, really a white cardboard, what would I see here? I would see as follows. The light from the tip of the candle goes through that tiny hole, and there's the tip of the candle. And the light from down here goes up there.
Think of this like a chameleon. They change colors. They can make their skin reflect and absorb different lights whenever they want. They can change the way that their skin, same thing with octopi and squid and cuttlefish, they can change their skin color so that it absorbs different wavelength lights and reflects different wavelengths. Like, that's so crazy. And that's actually what's taking place. It's not really changing color. It's changing what colors of light, what wavelengths of light does it absorb? Which ones does it reflect?
So, to make it as clear as I can, I'd see the image inverted. What does this suggest? The hole is a tiny, tiny hole. Light from here went straight. Here's the way we would do it. Come up here, Mr. Anderson. Give me a hand, will you? Here, you will hold the screen. Let's take that lamp behind. I'm going to turn on this lamp, an incandescent lamp with an obvious filament. Right? And there it is. May be bright for the camera. Now, where is my card with the hole? How did we wait a minute. Hold this, Bruce. Yes, I need that. Commentary. We are going to have a very difficult time doing these experiments. Why? Because it is in optics, and optics is very difficult. Hold that right. I'll light this again. And now I'll obscure this from the camera. And now, let us see. Where do we go? It's that camera, right? Oh, we need the lights out, I think. We need the lights out. We need the lights out.
Now we can see it here.
Have you got it? Does it show on the monitor?
Yes.
Does it
You
show?
can hear the fucking
It's there now, yes.
producers
Yes, there it
in the
is.
back.
And you see the image is inverted. Thank you, Ray. The image is inverted. So we have established the fact that light travels in straight lines. What's our time? 9 minutes. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I'm led to an aside. You know what an aside is in drama, an aside or an apart. When I was a little boy, reading the comics, I remember seeing Mutt and Jeff. There's one of them, I don't know which one. Mutt and Jeff looking at something here. Supposing they're looking at something. And there were little dots drawn by the artist, suggesting that this figure here was focusing sharply on that. And you know, I think I was about 7. I thought then that stuff came off of that to his eye and excited the sensation of vision. Well, by golly, I was not far wrong, because
Right.
that's really what happens in the quantum argument. And
That's
it is
neat.
appropriate to abandon
I was like that as a kid. Things seemed to just make sense to me. Like, when I would see something, I just would understand what made it do that, or what forces were. I always had a really good grasp of that stuff. And my dad would kind of, like I was saying about how you can collapse a bridge with harmonics. Like my dad told me that, you know, and I remember he would really get my juices, like get my curiosity piqued and get me interested in stuff like this. I'm not even sure if he realized. I think he's just always interested in that stuff too.
Engagement here. We will see you another time. I am back again, Julius Sumner Miller. Physics is our business, and this is our second program in this series on light, optics, and later on modern physics. We have established some historical things, especially the rectilinear propagation of light. It goes in straight lines. Now, would you believe it? I have to say that what I said is not altogether true. That is, I have not told you anything untrue, but I have not told you either all the truth. Light bends around corners, as we shall see later in the subject of diffraction. But our next engagement is with this, the inverse square law. Very important. Supposing we have a source of light, source of light.
Actually, I want to put it on a different one. I didn't watch this one. There was another one that I wanted to show you guys, because he talks about a lot of other geniuses. He goes into it. He talked about Copernicus, Kepler. This is the first one, or the one I was thinking of.
I am Julius Sumner Miller. I teach physics. Consider this astonishing thing. I have here a flat-sided whiskey bottle, now filled nearly full with water. And I say the following regarding it. If it were filled completely with water, I am Julius Sumner Miller. I teach physics. Consider this astonishing thing. I have here a wheel resting on the tabletop, and on the bottom of the wheel, a spot. Now, when I roll the wheel in this fashion, the spot describes a very special curve.
Look at
this
that.
curve is called a cycloid, and it has dramatic and astonishing properties about which we shall shortly learn.
That right there.
What we must now ask is, why is it
the
so?
representation of the movement of that dot. You put a dot on the rim of a wheel, and then turn the wheel, and this is what it does. Isn't that neat? That you get a shape, or a route, I guess you could say. And that's how they use this cycloid stuff for meshing gears, you know, in machines and stuff. This is very important stuff. Listen to that music.
Hello there. Another program, Why Is It So, with Professor Julius Sumner Miller. And again, some rather fascinating experiments. I think I must begin by asking again, why is it so?
Isn't this a beautiful thing, what this point does? Now, the beauty lies not alone in this rolling wheel and what the point does, but in the implication of the motion of this point. Let me show the people again what this point is doing. So if we can get a shot again, you see what the point is doing? It comes up to the top, and then it goes down to the cusp, and then it starts up and goes over again. Now come to the board, and I will tell you the story. Here is the rolling wheel, and here is the surface on which it rolls, and here is the point, say, at the top, and this is what the point does. That's what the point does. Now, in itself, there isn't much to this, but it has a history which is absolutely enchanting, and I want to tell you the history.
It has good chalk.
In the middle of the 17th century...
You know, and there is a difference in the quality of chalks. Some chalks drop, it falls off the mark. The best chalk, they make it in Japan. When you write, it's like writing with a crayon. It's so smooth and buttery.
It's a young Swiss by the name of Bernoulli.
Dusty.
Indeed, he was one of a family of hundreds of Bernoullis, all of whom were geniuses. Now this one, in the middle of the 17th century, raised a problem. Here's the problem. Given 2 points, A and B, in a vertical plane, but not in a vertical line. That is, I don't want B underneath A.
No.
Put a wire, let us say, between A and B,
This
and
is-
let a
this is
bead
crazy.
slide on the wire in such a fashion that the bead gets from A to B in the least possible time. We call that the path of least time. Now, would not reason alone dictate an obvious answer?
A straight line.
So, right? So you put a bead on here and let it slide, and it gets from A to B in the briefest, shortest
A to
possible time.
B?
That is not right. The path from A to B of the shortest time is this. And do you see that that looks like a piece of that cycloid tipped over?
That's fucking
It is,
crazy.
but Julius, this surely can't be right because
Yep.
the distance is...
This is
And this is the basis for the airplane wing and a bunch of stuff. You know, this is incredibly important.
This is the path of least distance, and this is the path of least time.
I never
now
heard
I'll
of
tell you
path
the
of
history of
least
this
time
problem.
before.
Bernoulli posed it in the middle of the summer, and he gave until Christmas for a solution.
This-
See, half a year he gave the mathematicians. Promptly he received a letter from Leibniz, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. I have cut the knot of that beautiful problem.
Cut the knot. He's referring to when Alexander cut the Gordian knot, which was the knot that a king had. It was a cart. It was on a cow cart or an ox cart. There was a knot, and that nobody could figure out how to untie it. And it was like the sword and the stone, where the king said, "He who unties this knot will rule Asia." And when Alexander walked up to it, they told him, you know, if you solve it, you're king. And he walks up with a sword and cuts it.
And then Leibniz suggested to Bernoulli, extend the time for a year from Christmas so that the French and Italian mathematicians have no reason to complain of the shortness of the period. You see, Leibniz, with his German intellectual arrogance,
the smile
felt that
on
the
his
French
face.
and Italian mathematicians were boys. So Bernoulli extended the problem for another year. Now it came the turn of the new year, and Bernoulli received a solution in the mail. No signature attached, but Bernoulli recognized the writing. He said in this way, Tanguam ex ungue leonum. How's your Latin?
Not very good.
Just as the lion is known by its claw, the solution had come from Newton. Have you heard from Newton
We
before?
have indeed.
So, Newton solved the problem.
Just as the lion is known by his claw, just as the great man is known by his scrawl. I just made that up. That was pretty cool. But, you know, his handwriting, he's saying men are known by their handwriting. It's by saying lion, the great lion is known by his claw, his mark.
In a manner unbelievably shrewd. Now, this quick solution by Newton angered Leibniz. You see, a man does the problem too quickly. So Leibniz posed another problem. For the purpose, he said, of testing the pulse of the English analysts. Now, there was only one English analyst that Leibniz had to worry about, and that was Newton. Now, Newton received word of the problem in a
that
letter
great.
on his return home from his job as a clerk at
smart.
the mint. Notice, I've learned to say that, clerk. In Yankee country, we say clerk, you know.
Right? Yeah. The Clark thing, I always, for a long time, I thought clerks were a different thing than clerks. Like, cause they'd be like, yeah, this guy's just a clock. He's a clock. I'm like, Clark? What is that, like a bootmaker or some shit?
And after supper, Newton solved the problem recreationally.
Wow.
Do you see the contest now that must exist between Leibniz and Newton? But I want to show you more about this curve. This curve, which is now the shortest possible time from A to B, is called a
You guys not talking at all?
brachistochrone. Now, if you had some Greek, I would tell you that brachistos means shortest and chronos means time. You see how beautiful the Greek is? That's why I have suggested the return of Latin and Greek to the
I
public
agree.
schools. See, brachistochrone. Now, this
Brachistochrone.
brachistochrone, which is this path here, has astonishing properties. More than I've yet
Astonishing
narrated. And what are they?
properties.
Let me draw the curve bigger still.
So,
A,
I don't mean to interrupt.
B. Watch it. There's the curve. Now, if I put a bead here and let it slide on this wire, it gets from A to B in a certain time. Huh? Certain time.
good.
Supposing
Certain
I
time.
start the bead right here instead of at A, supposing I started at C. It takes the same time to go from here as from here.
That's crazy.
Supposing I started at D. It takes the same time to go from here as from here as from here.
What the fuck, man?
Isn't this beyond belief?
It is indeed.
Indeed, let me start it right here. It takes the same time from here to here, as from here to here, as from
Ow.
here to here, as from here to here. Is not that
That is
beyond-
astonishing.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And there lies the beauty of the point on the rolling wheel. Are you agreed that
You see what I said? That is very important. The cycloidal thing, bro. This has real depth and value because what makes it do that? We don't know. Like, I guarantee you that it's not really known why that is that way.
Some drama in this history.
And I
drama.
know I probably risk a certain amount here by asking, how is this used?
Oh, the cycloid. The cycloid has astonishing properties in the making, say, of gears and how they mesh and lots of things.
You don't really care to see
I
it.
don't care. I don't care. All I am interested in is the beauty and the drama and the elegance of this intellectual gymnastic which Bernoulli gave rise to in the problem.
Yes.
Isn't it something? Do you see now a little kid gets hold of this? And he needs to learn the mathematics to do this, which is at the highest flight. One needs what is called the calculus of variations.
Bro, they have stripped this from our culture, so nobody is reaching for those heights anymore. It's so, I mean, it's diabolical, man.
But I've spent enough on Bernoulli, on Leibniz, on Newton, on the Brachistos Chronos.
And a most fascinating story. But now what about these problems you
yeah.
gave to people at home to worry about?
Last time.
The 2 eggs, one of them bad.
Yeah. No, we have an assemblage of eggs in the refrigerator. And some we speculate are good, and some we fear are bad. We wish to, what shall we say? Distinguish them.
Yes.
So we put them in a great tank of water, and some float and some sink. You remember the little conundrum now? Which is it that sink and which float? You remember the old lady who threw them all out in despair? I should not really tell you this, but which ones do you think float?
I think probably the bad ones.
Oh, you have passed the course, again with some hope. The bad ones float. Now, why it is so, we do not explore. See, we're just giving the answer to make those who wish to know happy inside. I told you what Marcus Aurelius said, you know, at the turn of the Christian era. All wish to know, but few the price will pay. This is the disease in the world.
All want to know the answer, but few will pay the toll. They just want to know the answer. They don't want to do the work to get the answer. That's so profound.
All right, so the eggs. Now what happens first? You remember that one? We had a flask filled with water, which is at a certain level. Oh, I guess we better look at it here on the table. Eh? A round bottom flask. The water is at a certain level. And what did I ask you? I put this flask in a great vat of hot water, right? A great flask of hot water.
Man, I didn't
And
see
what
any
does
of
the
these
water level in the
comments.
tube do?
Yo, I didn't see. I had to restart YouTube. I'm like, how are these guys not talking? They always talk. Damn, dude.
Remember, I'm asking you, what is seen to happen first? And you whispered a solution last time, which I was emboldened to say was...
Wrong.
Yes, you said it goes up. Why do I raise this question? Have I not said to you that many look, but few see? Indeed, when this is put into a vat of hot water, the first thing one observes is that the level goes down. Indeed, this is what thermometers do. Consider this a mercury in glass thermometer. It reads the room temperature here. I now put it into a glass of hot tea, a cup of hot tea. What does the mercury first do? Wouldn't you say again that it goes
Well,
up?
I would say.
No, it does not go up. It goes down.
But why is it so?
Oh, you wish to know, but you do not wish to pay the price. Supposing we just leave it at that. I have given you the answer. Why is it so?
It's up to me to work it out.
Right. What happens first? Remember, it goes down first. The double bubble, remember? Oh, this is a beaut. We had a tea tube with 2 funnels so, and a tube here which permitted me to blow some air into. And then I blew up 2 bubbles. I blew a small bubble, and I blew a big bubble. And then I shut off the connection with the outside air so that the bubbles are connected with each other, but not with the outside air. Question, what now ensues? What do the bubbles do? What happens?
I think my answer was that
I don't
they
think this
equalize.
guy's
Right.
Jewish, no.
Everybody says they equalize. An astonishing thing takes place.
You know what's weird? I could tell you exactly. As soon as I saw this, I knew what causes it to do that.
They don't equalize?
No, they don't.
Watch. We will discover. Incredible, isn't it, Sanders? That the small one gets smaller.
Oh
Come.
my God!
Oh,
bro,
this is really
voice.
enchanting.
This guy's
Watch it.
voice. It's so
Watch.
funny. Smaller.
Do I have a small one here
Yes.
and a big one there? Now let us watch them closely. And if this
Smaller
we
gets
had a little trouble.
smaller,
Some blow in the
and the
studio, I
bigger
fear,
one,
is going to mess me up.
It gets bigger. You just can't see it.
Watch it now. I've shut off this tube. Watch the small one. Just watch the small one.
You know what's
We have a
happening?
frightful blow in the studio, but do you see the small one getting smaller? Do you see
It
it,
is.
Sanders, getting
is.
smaller? Tell me, do you see it?
It is.
Good.
Do you see
And
it?
notice another fantastic thing, that the smaller it gets, the faster it gets smaller. Watch it. Watch it now. Watch it.
Yeah. You know what that is?
I'll try it once more.
Bro, that's the weight of the bubble. It's the weight of the bubble. Guaranteed. It's because the bubble, the one of the bubbles is bigger. So when you plug the thing up, the gravity is pulling that bubble and causing it to get, because it's got a straw, so it's pulling the air into the bubble, because it's pulling the bubble down, basically. It's gravity acting on the mass of the bubble. So the other one's smaller, so it's not able to equalize. So once you plug that thing up, gravity acts upon it, and since this one's heavier, it's gonna lift the other one. I mean, I don't know why, but that shot it seems obvious to me.
Watch it now. Watch it. Do you see it getting smaller, Sanders? And notice the smaller it gets, the faster it gets smaller. Isn't that fantastic?
Presumably this one is getting bigger.
Yes, but it's so large already that any change in it is hard to see.
Yes.
The calculus would tell you that, but I want to do it once more for another reason. What do I wish to point out here? I want you to make the observation that I would point out myself. What are you observing that should be observed?
The only thing I can think of is the colours of bubbles.
Now you have come to it, young
All
man.
of the
Another
rainbow
hope to pass the
colours
course.
on oil.
Notice the pretty colors in thin films. We have some blow in the studio. Do you remember? Newton first observed these colors in white light. You know what he said? In the year 1665, I procured me a triangular glass prism with which to try the celebrated phenomena of colors. So he cut now a slot in his window shut, and he let the sunlight in, and then he saw on yonder wall, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. And you know how he appraised that? The most remarkable observation in all of his lifetime. And regarding nature, what did he say? The oddest, if not the most profound, in all the operations of nature. Imagine looking at white light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. Isn't that staggering? The double bubble paradox. Now free fall and horizontal projection. Oh, this one is enchanting too. You remember what we did. We had an apparatus.
Two ping pong
balls. One was released to fall so, and the other was projected so as to take that path, right?
Right.
And you were of the view that, this is a longer way to go and should take longer. But Galileo disposed of that, so you see, you should have been a student of Galileo's and done better with the problem. Why is it so? Well, I'll simply suggest the line of thinking and let the viewers handle it for themselves. The instant this is released, gravitational forces take it down. So in a certain length of time, it has fallen so, from here to here. Now, the horizontal motion that this one has makes no contribution to the vertical motion. So after the same elapse of time, gravity has taken this one down to the same place.
Level.
But clearly, its horizontal motion has brought it to here. So isn't it in the same horizontal plane?
That's right.
And so it is always in the same,
it is always in the same horizontal plane.
That's why.
Now, Galileo did this beautifully, you see, in the 16th century. Do you see how far behind you are? No, 500 years, 400. See?
Do you guys know that a pendulum is just one pendula? It's actually like a plural of pendulums is called pendula. You say pendula, not pendulums. I never heard anybody refer to like that, because that is how Latin is. But you always hear pendulum. You never hear, that little desk decoration with the balls, the little whatever the hell that thing's called. That's multiple pendula. You know what I mean? But you never hear anybody say it in plural.
All right. Now, finally, the holes in the metal plate. I like to show it like this. I have a metal plate. I'll hold it in hand in a minute. And I have a teeny-weensy hole. Notice ever so tiny. Let's go look at the plates. Teeny-weensy hole. Do you know how much time we have? You know how that plates me?
Don't worry about it yet.
Yeah. Notice. A plate with a hole. This happens to be a round plate with a round hole. But this happens to be a square plate with also a tiny hole, right? Are we agreed?
Yes, yes.
Question. I heat the plates uniformly. Could I not do that by putting them in an oven? Is not the question, what happens to the holes? Now, what's your view of it?
My view would be that the holes would shrink.
Shrink. That is, close up, get smaller.
Yes.
Notice, all the virtue you demonstrated earlier is now taken away, is gone. The holes get bigger. Now, let me give you an argument to help you. Do you remember this ring, which does not allow the ball to pass? And then we agree that if we heat the ring, the ball then does pass?
Yes.
As a point of departure for your thinking, this ring is nothing but a plate with a big hole. I would say it's a plate mostly whole. And holes in metal plates behave exactly as they would if they were not holes, but filled with the stuff which is not there. How do you like that?
That's fucking awesome.
It's a good sentence. The hole gets
did not
bigger.
know
Wouldn't
that.
the plate get bigger if there was no hole in it? So this is a plate with a big hole. This happens to be a plate with a small hole. And generically then, all holes in plates get bigger when the plates are
That's
heated.
neat. That's good knowledge.
I'm wrong too often, I
All
can
right,
see.
well,
That's a
do you
good
see,
thing to
are
know.
not these old-fashioned primitive things quite enchanting to engage in?
Yeah.
Sure.
They
Now
are.
where do we go?
Well,
Oh, yes,
Extremely
the
engaging.
beauty of the pendula. The beauty of the
pendulum.
pendula. Here again, some motion explored by Galileo. I want you to see what we have here. Do you
Galileo
see?
was fucking smart.
I have three simple pendula. Singular pendulum, and this case, this calls for A in the plural. Three pendula. Notice a short one, a longer one, and a longer one still.
do you want to put this up on the...
Oh, put
A
this up here.
longer
So,
one
good.
still.
Yes.
Love that.
Some of these requirements for the camera escape my mind. And that's what you are here for, to remind me. You know I'm old and senile and forget quickly. So, what am I going to do with these? I am going to make an adventure that should make us feel jointly as Kepler felt after 26 years of labor in looking at the pages of data which Tycho Brahe had gathered. You know that story? Copernicus and his manuscript, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, which revolutionized the thinking about the world, and then the data which Tycho Brahe gathered over 30 years, with which he could do nothing because he was a very...
Think about that for a second. All these men spoke Latin. They could write whole fucking dissertations in Latin. They could come up with a huge theory that explained the whole world, and they would write that shit in Latin. That's fucking impressive. They probably knew Greek, too.
observer, but a poor mathematician. And along came Kepler, who spent 26 years looking at 10,000 pages of numbers, and from it got Kepler's laws of motion with which the world goes round. So I'm going to be with Kepler. Watch me. Come here.
Come here.
Here is the support, and here is a pendulum, and here is another pendulum, and here is another one. And I have made this one 10 centimeters long, and I have made this one 40 centimeters long, and I have made this one 90 centimeters long. Notice the numbers, 10, 40, 90. Now I start this one swinging, and I clock so many swings. Supposing with a stop clock, I count the time required for 20 swings. Good. The length of the bobs are 10, 40, and 90 centimeters, right?
Right.
Now the time, I will say, for 20 vibrations, T sub 20. I could count 15, or I could count 40, 11, doesn't matter. The time for 20 vibrations of this one in my laboratory, no, I knows how I said that. In my home, I say laboratory.
Like Dexter's
And I tell my students,
Laboratory.
look,
Who
much
watched
labor
that?
and little
Like,
oratory. You like that? See? All right. Now, the time for 20 vibrations is as follows in my home. 13 seconds, 26 seconds, and 39 seconds. Do you see anything beautiful and pretty about those numbers?
Well, 13 added to 13, 26 added to 13 to 26, 39.
Yes, you've got a feel for it. Here is what is uncovered. These numbers are in the ratio, dividing all by 10, in the ratio of 1 to 4 to 9, correct? These numbers, I hope you see, are in the ratio of 1 to 2 to 3. And now do you see any relation between this number and that one, and this one and that one, and this one and that one? Yes, 1 is the square root of 1, 2 is the square root of 4, and 3 is the square root of 9. So
That's
it looks
crazy.
as if the time of oscillation, or the times, which for one oscillation we call the period, is proportional to the square root of the length. And here we have uncovered, in a beautiful Keplerian fashion, how the period of a pendulum is governed by its length. Now, there's some more stuff in there. When the mathematics is done, it comes out like this. And for those who know a little physics, I remind them that this and this comes out of mathematics. So, what is my suggestion? I put this on the board, and I put this on the board, and I let it stand. And some little fellow who has the hope of Faraday suddenly sees the light of this,
You know,
and he
that's
certainly
really-
must feel as Kepler felt after 26 years uncovering the mystery of the behavior of the world. One
I really thought that was interesting, how he boiled it down to it's literally the square root of isn't it the length? Square root of the length, something like that. But like how he broke it down, it's so beautiful. It's so structured and right and true. It does have a kind of a divine beauty about it, and a divine simplicity, and a divine sort of way for everything fits together. It's crazy. Same thing with like pi, 3.14. It's crazy. How does that appear so often?
remark. Supposing I took any other length at random. See, 10, 40, 90 centimeters. Supposing I took 176 centimeters, or 1132 centimeters. Would not the time here bear the same ratio to that number as this does to that, and so on?
Yes.
Which I invite a young observer to pursue. Isn't this beautiful?
It is fascinating.
Sure it is fascinating. This is the word that we must have always. Dramatic.
Dramatic.
All right?
Where are we going now?
We are going now to explore why a lariat works.
This-
You know,
this is what I was
how-
talking
yes,
about
the
the
earlier.
Texas.
Wild West.
Yeah, do you have it
This
here
is
in
incredible.
Australia?
Not used very much, except trick.
Oh, no. Well, all right. Why do they work? Well, I'm going to show you why they work. I have a disc mounted with fixed with a string
This is so
and
cool.
a little screw eye here, and I'm going to fix this screw eye. Hold that in there, will you, for me? Thank
an
you.
egg beater.
I'm going to fix that into the chuck of this rotator.
Chuck.
Get there. That. Thank you. I'm going to get it in there. And now what am I going to do? Is it not really some mystery here? How am I going to show how a lariat works with this rig? But do you see how primitive my apparatus? Now watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the crank of this egg beater drill, and this thing is turning about an axis for which we say the moment of inertia is so much.
Check this
And
out.
now watch what the disc does. What do you think the disc will do? What do you think it'll do?
It seems to be speeding up. But
Yes. Now we're having a little trouble. I'm having a little trouble. Now do you see? There we are. I had a little
Dude.
trouble. What happened to the disc?
Isn't that wild?
Did it not come up to rotation in a horizontal plane?
Could I use an American expression? It flipped its lid.
Yes, very good.
Look
do you
at
see?
that. Is
now
that
you're going to
not
say, Julius,
incredible?
how does that throw any light on how a lariat works? Well,
So
a word about it.
incredible.
The rotation about this axis,
I had never seen that.
this axis has a certain moment of inertia. This disc has for this axis. Now when it comes up like that, it has a different moment of inertia. And we uncover a beautiful theorem in mechanics which says that a system in stable rotation tends to rotation about an axis for which the moment of inertia is a maximum. That's a pretty heavy sentence. Let me do it, however, with the chain. How much time do we have?
Oh, about 8 minutes or so.
Oh, do we?
Basically, I'll break that down. An item, it wants to spin on its center of gravity, on the axis of like its center of gravity, where whatever axis that its orientation is, where the mass is gathered closest to the center. You understand what I'm saying? It's similar to, like I was saying before, how if you spin a football on its side, it will flip up on its point. You know, you've seen that happen in football games. That's the same thing.
All right, get that in there now.
And
And I'm going to
ballet
show you a lariat.
dancers and roller skaters
There.
with the
Going to
spinning
show you
where they
a lariat.
bring it
Watch
in.
it now. There's a chain. Do you see? It hangs limp.
used to do this
It's a
with a
closed
chain.
loop. Indeed, it's a lariat. Watch me put it into a horizontal plane.
And he's
I have
just
to do this
spinning
gently.
it.
Watch. It's turning. It's turning.
This is
If I
incredible.
get impulsive with it, it'll tangle up and not do what I want it to do. Now, do you see it shaping up a little bit? And there, oh, there we are. Pretty nearly.
Dude,
I'm in a little trouble. Let me
No,
start
I think
again.
that was
don't
Yes.
come
Pretty
in
clear.
here
Yes,
with that
but
shit, man.
notice it's
Do
tangled. and
not come in here with that
there we
shit.
are. Do you
It's
see
not
that any
funny.
impulsive behavior with nature will get angered
The
and
boys are
thwart you
trying
every
to
time.
learn. They're interested.
You must do there we are. Isn't that better? How do you like that?
That's tremendous.
Oh, yes. Do you see? What I have done is gone from a disc. Indeed, if I did a hoop, it would do the same. Indeed, if I did a stick, it would do the same. And from these simple
so-
things,
and
you
I've
see,
done that
I
shit
have advanced stealthily upon the case of the rope or the chain.
I mean, I've used
But if I
ropes.
tried to do the problem of the chain first, it is too difficult. So here is a line of endeavor for the human intellect. When it attacks a problem, it must make things simple first.
progressively.
As Einstein said, in the beginning, things must be made as simple as possible.
So
Einstein.
true.
Now,
So
if then
true.
we understand what these things do, I have a problem. Here is a football. That's a Yankee kind, isn't it? We might imagine this football to be an ellipsoid of revolution. You know, an ellipse which is spun on its long axis. So when I spin this football like this, it is spinning about an axis for which the moment of inertia is so much. Now watch what the football does. Watch
Okay,
it.
that's fine.
Oh, what do you think
Just
it'll do?
saying.
Will it behave the same as the lariat?
Yeah, well, notice, this is the long axis now.
Yes.
Watch it. Oh, I'll have to do it again. Oh, notice. Just
Have it. Here we are.
Yes.
Let's-
Notice one loses his professional dignity in these experiments. There it is. There it is.
Bro, I've
it
seen
came up
that
on
on
the end.
football
Notice, I'm so
fields.
delighted with this, and I'm going to do it again.
But do you see what I'm saying? Is that when you spin something like that, it automatically wants to orient itself on its the axis where you know, the mass is as tightly gathered to the axis as possible. And it's the same thing as like with a bicycle wheel. You ever held the spinning bicycle wheel, how it's hard to spin it and it's hard to twist it when it's rotating? I believe it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Same principle or law.
There it is. There it is. Do you see what it did?
I love how excited
First, it was
he
rotating
gets.
about
I'm
that
the
axis.
same way.
Then it took rotation about that axis. And this introduces a very serious problem for the physicist, the mathematician, and the student of nature. Why does it do this? Is it violating the theorem which I spoke of before? Or is it not? Suggestion, hint. See, I hint only a very little bit. Man must agree with the principles of nature. Hence, there is no violation here. But where the dilemma lies, I leave for the observer. Watch it. There it is again.
Up again.
Now,
Professor, you have about 2 minutes left, I think.
2 minutes. Good, 2 minutes. We will entitle this adventure, The Case of the Notched Stick.
This is fucking
Let's get over here
this is
and
crazy.
see what an enjoyable exercise we can have
I would
with a
have
stick.
literally.
Now
I can't
let me see
believe
how
this,
it looks
honestly.
on camera. Good. I have a stick, rectangular cross-section, which I have notched with a file. You
Yes,
just notched
yes.
it. And on the end of the stick, I have put a little propeller fixed with a little nail in the middle.
Check.
You see how?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Now what am I going to do with this? I'm going to lay this
Yeah,
on
he
the edge of
does
the
look-
table,
it reminds me of my
and with another
grandfather.
stick, which I call the stroker,
Stroker.
I am going to make that propeller behave
Watch
in a
this.
manner unbelievable. Watch. Watch. What do you see
Bro.
that propeller doing?
Is that not
Spinning, I can't
fucking
see which direction.
incredible?
Oh, watch it
Spinning.
now. Watch it.
Kick
And
over
it
to
goes
the...
the
Right.
opposite
Watch it
way.
now. Now the
Depending
other
on
way.
which side.
Right. Do you see that I can make this propeller go counterclockwise or clockwise as I please? Watch it.
Bro, that's fucking
That's this way for
incredible.
me. That's this way for me. Is not this a delight? Now, this is a child's toy, which every boy and girl in Australia who sees this program can make. See?
Yes.
Now, when he gets into the university and has had 5 years of mathematics and 5 years of
Mathematics.
physics, he is in a position to explore it. What I'm saying, Sanders, is this. The toys are designed for child's play.
And they wonder why men don't go to college anymore, because this isn't the stuff. This isn't how they present it. They don't show you the wonder of the world. They make it this fucking bullshit drudgery. Like, why can't we see? I don't get it. I really don't. I mean, I feel like I said, they hate our guts or something. They want us to be stupid.
But when one inquires into why it is so, it is no longer child's play.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Professor.
My pleasure.
And we have one more program.
One
this week.
more in the series. Thank you very much. Oh, given as I am to the large scale for the people, we now have a huge steel drum. How many gallons in that? 44 gallons, a huge one. And we're going to try it again and bring to mind, given as I am to the large scale for the people, we now
I was watching this one earlier. It's pretty good too. He has some really neat experiments and stuff that kind of all this stuff is surprising.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, and people and teachers? I'm Julius Sumner Miller, and physics is my business. And our business is more strictly heat and temperature. But I am reminded, wearing these long asbestos gauntlets,
It is indoctrination.
of seeing
It's been
in the public
indoctrination.
square in
It was indoctrination before these were filmed, because Bill Buckley wrote about it in God and Man at Yale in the 40s, or right after he got back from World War II. He went to Yale and he couldn't believe how they were turning people into atheists.
Germany, a police officer directing traffic, so attired, beautiful and neat and firm and straight like an arrow, with such gauntlets, and my wife and I stood on the corner and watched him. It was like Toscanini directing the Boston Philharmonic. It was beautiful, just wonderful to watch, and he had such pleasure. Meaning a car, stop here. You, so, yeah, wonderful. But anyway,
That's incredible.
see, men must be reminded of events which are enchanting, and that makes the spirit higher.
And you never really think about that, how traffic control cops, they used to be the guys that controlled the intersections, and they'd have a little pedestal. And when you see them in movies, like in Patton and stuff, when he directs traffic, it is kind of like conducting an orchestra. It's incredible. It's like it is almost like a dance, or I don't know. It's quite impressive.
I'm going to do an experiment that I have done, I suppose, on every program throughout my lifetime. It is after von Guericke. I'm going to have a big tin can. Can you imagine? I once did this with a steel tank, 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet. No, this was 5, I think, and this 6. Quarter-inch steel plate with a bunghole here.
A bunghole.
We put some water in. We boil the water. You know what that means, boil the water. We drive out the air and the occluded gases. There is vapor here. I stopper it up.
Yep.
I take the heat energy away. And if we are sharp in our hearing, we hear. The can is being wrenched a little. The water vapor is condensing. The atmosphere is doing its thing. That's about the best place to use the word, the phrase. The atmosphere is doing its thing. We can help the atmosphere by condensing the water vapor with cold water on the outside. And you know what happens? The can is crushed.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to do this with a big can. Can I ask you, Mr. Anderson, get the other heat under there, if you will, so we can boil that water? Right, but come over here with me. Come and see here, bitte. Here it is. Here is the can. Water has been boiling. The vapor has condensed. It is steam, we call it. I am going to. Listen. Oh, I told you. Nature and Julius Sumner Miller. We will write a new opera. Now, a little cold water. I want some applause from the people out there.
Really cool.
That's it. Magnifique. Now, if I try to get that
Magnifique.
stopper out, it will be firmly lodged because the pressure inside is less than atmospheric. But more than that, shh. Come up here, George. Very quiet. Listen. Do you hear the water boiling?
Yes.
The water. Oh, no hurt. No hurt. Now we will go yonder. We will go yonder. Have I got enough?
Yes.
Have I got enough lead? Come with me. Here we are. This tank. Water vapor. Get the flames away. The flames away. Mache schnell. We will have an explosion. Right? Listen. Beautiful. Quiet. 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 Give me my tank of water. Cold water. Cold water. This tank is pretty rigid with these fluted edges. But watch it. Watch it, Anderson. Shh. The water's boiling inside, but it has not happened. Anderson, you try it. Easy. Hold it.
Going?
Is it going?
No, I couldn't, sir.
It not absorb anything.
No, I think it will not. Although we were successful, let me assure you, in an earlier adventure, we were successful. Oh, Anderson, look here. This tank,
No,
this tank
actually,
did not have those
you're
fluids.
wrong about that auto hoax because there's no atmosphere in space. The can gets crushed not because of the vacuum. It gets crushed because the atmosphere presses on it. Because of the low pressure in the can, there's low pressure in the can, and the atmosphere forces it closed. It's the same thing as a straw. When you suck on a straw, you actually aren't sucking the liquid up. No, the atmosphere is pushing it up into the straw.
Rims. Do you see how much rigidity has been added to the tank?
You missed
Good.
the first part, or the
Yeah,
first
reinforced.
episode.
Let me go
He
back.
talked about this.
So, you are agreed that the experiment has failed? You know I do not allow that language. The experiment did not fail. Nature does what nature has to do. We did not provide the proper provisions for nature to do it.
Also, I like how he refers to things. Nature does what it wants. There's a reason why they're making sure that you understand your relationship, that you aren't in control, that this isn't, you're not making this happen. Nature is making this happen. You're just witnessing nature. I mean, this is what kept people humble back in the day. Everybody's an arrogant bitch or an arrogant prick today. They think they do everything. They're so special. This, that, and the third. Really, they're fucking stupid, and they don't do anything. They doom scroll. They don't do anything. They don't know anything. You know, where people back then, they understood that they didn't mean anything. That they were just like this little fucking parasite on a rock, you know, and that really, you know, we just kind of fit into things. So like this kind of stuff, it molds a culture and a society in a way that makes it high-minded, high trust, great place to be. And then when it's gone, you end up with a mob, a fucking mob of people like Rome, you know, just like an animal with no head, just a vicious mob.
Consider the following.
Nobody thinking
A
for
large-scale
themselves.
demonstration of a paradox. Meter stick, fingers, rough, I push them toward each other. Fingers met in the middle, stick did not tip. Now I hold the stick unsymmetric. There is more load here than here, and clearly this finger will move first. And now when the fingers are equally loaded, the fingers will meet in the middle, and the stick again did not tip. Mathematics. That's all there is. Now we're going to do it large scale. We have the shafts of two motors, the shafts, one of which can rotate this way and one that way. And we are going to lay on that a heavy plank, or 2x4 or something. And if the loads are symmetric, you can see that the thing will stay there. If now I loaded it unsymmetrically, there would be more load on one than on the other, and therefore the normal force would be greater, the friction force greater, and it would move either to the right or to the left. I'm going to accomplish the same purpose, same thing, by, say, putting a load on here. If I put it there, the friction force is greater here, there will be motion in this direction. Let us go out front and see it. Am I clear with my drag line? Here we are. Here we are. That's very good. Motor, 2x4. I'm going to plug it in, and if the load is symmetric, they will stay there. Yep. There it is. They stay there. Now, I'm going to start them again, and I'm going to put the load on this one. That means the friction force is greater here, and it will go certainly that. Well, wait a minute. I got to see which way it's rotating. Yeah, it will go that way. Watch it now. Now I'm going to load it here. It'll go that way. Proof complete. Right. I need it back, Anderson, to show the other. Notice I have to get my electric energy. Watch it now. Beautiful. Now I'm going to load it symmetrically. It'll stay right where it is. Right. Now I'm going to load it asymmetrically. It'll go that way. There it is. And a large-scale demonstration of F equals mu n. The force of friction is proportional to the normal force. And I thank you for watching. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, and people and teachers and others? I'm Julius Sumner Miller, and physics is my business. And
let me ask you about the moon. Do you understand what the space race was? It was basically an arms race. That we were like locked in a struggle with another civilization for superiority. We literally had an enemy that we were in a Mexican standoff with nuclear weapons. Why the fuck would they go along with America's moon landing hoax? Why wouldn't they say, bullshit, we can prove it. We have radar. We can see that you didn't go to the moon. Why wouldn't the Russians sabotage it and make Americans look stupid? They were trying to get to the moon too. That shit doesn't make sense. The whole fake moon landing, it does not hold water. It doesn't hold water. Russia came out and bowed. They were taught to bow to their superiors. We went to the fucking moon, and Russia bowed to us because we went to the moon. The entire world stood there clapping when we went to the moon, and with the help of Nazis too, of course. But like, you need to have a little bit more perspective, my dude. There are a lot of things going on. We could not get away with that. We had too many enemies with too much technology. We're not the only ones on the block that could prove that we went to the moon or we didn't go to the moon.
Business.
That our government back then lied. I think they were genuinely working on the moon and they got there. Why did they have to lie? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have to make that bullshit up. You know, they really didn't. And we spent a lot of money on it. You know, when you lower the pressure, the atmospheric pressure, water boils at a lower temperature. That's why when they say when you go out to space, your blood boils, because it's a vacuum. Because the temperature is so low and you're in a vacuum, it doesn't, if boiling is the same thing as evaporating. When a liquid turns into a gas. When you go into space, your blood boils because of the vacuum, because of the lower pressure. And that's why when you're 20,000 feet in a plane, water boils at a lower pressure. And in that room, or in that tub where it's lower pressure, it starts boiling, you know, whereas it's so much lower of a pressure that it boils at a low temperature. At the beginning of the stream, and so did he, is a quote from Leonardo da Vinci. This is perfect for you, Former. 3 classes of people: those who see by themselves, those who see when they are shown, and those who never see at all. You're the guy who never sees at all. You know, if you don't want to see, you don't have to see, bro. But you know, like you're not doing anything new. You're literally, you're doing the meme. Yeah, we're probably just talking past each other because honestly, I actually don't really. I couldn't tell you your argument back. I only saw like tidbits of it, like so. And I didn't, you know, because he did that little demonstration right there. I don't want to waste time parsing words about it.
People. I'm Julius Sumner Miller, and physics is my business, and we're talking about the business of heat and temperature and the marvelous behavior of nature in these matters. By way of introduction, so I don't forget it, you remember we had some extraordinary success, quite unpredicted, in the last program, where a huge steel drum was squeezed together by the push of the air. So, given as I am to the large scale for the people, we now have a huge steel drum. How many gallons in that? 44 gallons, a huge one. And we're going to try it again and bring to mind the memory of von Guericke. But before that, let us get a look closely at this little instrument called a Crookes radiometer. Apostrophe after the S, Sir William Crookes, turn of the century, one of the great giants of Cambridge, Rutherford, Tyndall, Searle, a massive array of them, all geniuses. Rayleigh, Lord Kelvin. You know what this thing is. I'm going to cover it up and describe it. It has 4 vanes. I'm looking down on its vertical support. This face is black, this face is black, this face is black, and that face is black. The other faces are shiny. Shiny. Very light stuff like aluminum foil or gold foil. And now this thing behaves in an extraordinary way. And would you believe it? The literature is filled with commentary about this, and it is not yet quite clear. The chamber is evacuated very highly, so there isn't much stuff in there. Now, when electromagnetic energy falls upon it, whatever the wavelength, the thing turns, always with the black faces retreating. If we get a picture of this, you can see it. These are mounted conversely. This one here, the black face is running away from me. Here, the black face is running away from me. I'm going to cover this one.
My hair's
It's receiving
too straight.
energy from the lights. Now, when I remove the mantle from this,
when it's
it will
shorter,
likely
I
be
can
at rest.
poof it out.
And watch it take up some motion. Yes, it was pretty nearly at rest, and there it goes. I can speed it up by holding a match nearby. Now, remember, the thermal energy contributes little. It's the
Vacuum
electromagnetic
tubes.
energy that falls on the black wing
That's so crazy.
and is commuted
They
to
put
heat
that
energy.
shit into a tube.
Goes faster.
That's cool.
I hope. Yes, it did. Now, question. Supposing I held up close to it. Supposing I held up. Notice that one was covered better than this. Supposing I hold up some stuff that's cold. One would say, well, it's going to radiate cold and the thing will go the other way. No, no, no. This is going to take up heat energy from that. And let's see if what I predict will happen. I say it'll slow up, it'll stop, and it'll go the other way. Now it's getting a lot of energy from the lamps here in the lecture room, but it's slowing up, isn't it, Anderson? Yeah, it should be isolated because I'm blowing hot air on it. It will slow up. Now I would like to hear from those of you who give the matter some thinking, just what's going on. But first you must read the literature to acquaint yourself with all that has been said first, because there's no point in your saying again what has been said for 100 years. Pretty nearly, 70 at least. Next commentary, next matter. The case of Hero's engine. Hero's engine. Imagine it, 500 BC. 500 BC. Which leads me to say as follows. When we first put Sputnik aloft, as in October 57, the Russians did it first, then we have done it since then abundantly, as they have. I was asked one time, what do you make of it, Professor? To which I replied as follows, quoting Ecclesiastes, there is nothing new under the sun. All the rivers run into the sea, and yet the sea is not full. Nothing new there at all. Nothing. Newton established the mechanics. Kepler established the orbits. And the Chinese, we are told by historians and anthropologists and the like, had a firecracker 20,000 years ago. And all we've done, you see, is build a bigger firecracker. It is true that there is new mathematics and computers, but there is nothing new under the sun. So Hero's engine, look at it. Beautiful, absolutely enchanting. A spherical chamber with some tubes and orifices. We put a little water in. We are boiling the water. It's coming out of the holes, and the thing is slowing up. Now you see, the vapor is coming out this way, and the thing is going the other way. Now, do not make the mistake of saying, yes, that vapor is pushing on the air, which is out here. This would do better in empty space, because nothing would be in the way of the stuff that's coming out. Now, the physics of this is extraordinary. If we could get a very sharp look at it, we would, friction is large in the system. We would see that the orifices are drawn down very small, so as to give a high efflux velocity, which brings us to our beloved Bernoulli. And, I suppose, Torricelli. Evangelista Torricelli, his mother named him prettily. So, there you are. Hero's engine. Now another incidental matter. Davy's safety lamp. You are to imagine that I am a plebeian, a pedestrian citizen at the early years of
Not
the
gonna
century,
lie, Mackenzie,
and my
that's
bread
kinda
is won
colored behavior.
by chipping away coal
Sound like a
deep
Nick.
in the black earth. So I go below in the
Floating
mine with such a thing.
Like, it's really
Oil,
kinda beneath
kerosene or
you.
such, a wick, and a screen around the flame. And I go to a deep, dark place in the
That's
earth,
not how white people
and
behave.
with the sweat of my brow, I chop the coal away. Davy's safety lamp. Look how safety it is.
like
There is a flame
you shouldn't
inside,
get
you
so
will attest.
upset. You know, shouldn't let it
Now,
bother you.
I
I'm
am going
trying
to show you
hold
that
my peers
there
to
is
a
gas
standard.
coming out of this burner by turning it on over here and lighting it. There it is. There is gas there.
Not because I
Now
think
I'm
you're
going to shut off
an
the gas
idiot
just by
or
pinching the
a bad
tube.
person. Quite
And then
the
I'm going to
opposite
open
of
it
that.
again. Oh. Huh, well, now, Oh, that rascal has given me
He's
something to
mad.
think about. There it is. I wonder why that came on twice at least. Answer. There was enough heat energy in the top of this burner to give the gas its kindling temperature. Now I'm going to, there's gas there. Oh, yes. I once did this in class. Oh, you'll be enchanted by this. I once did this in class, and to a man, the students voted. Stay with it, Professor, stay with it. Is that, you see? Now I'm going to pour some gas around that wire screen. And an amazing thing, outside here, the gas will not flame, fire, ignite, combust, but it will inside, that which penetrates the screen. Watch it sharply. Hear it? See it burning inside? Well, it gets a little too hot and the thing smokes, so I'll wait a bit. Now watch. There it goes. The gas went inside, but the flame does not come through. There it is. I'll do it again. There it is. Oh, there's gas there. There it is. And I say, that is remarkable. And now when I speak of Sir Humphrey Davy, about whom must I speak? His little bottle washer, Michael Faraday, whom he engaged to wash bottles, and who spent 50 years in the Royal Institution with his wife Sarah. And I shall return another day. Marvelous thing to consider, really, and fantastic in its consequences for the human race. Consider the following. I have here...
You know what? I'm going to do like a 3-minute break. I need to get some ice, use the bathroom real quick. Let's do it 3 minutes. All right.
Really, and fantastic in its consequences for the human race. Consider the following. I have here a double track which is downhill to my left. Here I have a cylinder of wood which, as you know, will go downhill, as any respectable cylinder should do. But here I have another geometrical form, and I put it at the bottom of the plane, and lo and behold, it goes uphill. And that's a strange business. Well, friction forces are holding it there, so you see, it goes uphill. And a proper understanding of this lies in an understanding of center of gravity. And I downhill to my left. Here I have a cylinder of wood, which, as you know, will go downhill, as any respectable cylinder should do. But here I have another geometrical form, and I put it at the bottom of the plane, and lo and behold, it goes uphill. And that's a strange business. Well, friction forces are holding it there, so you see, it goes uphill. And a proper understanding of this lies in an understanding of center of gravity, an idea we got first from Archimedes in about the 3rd century BC. Consider a stick, a meter stick. If it was a good stick, as I would like to have it, it would have to be uniform, homogeneous, and isotropic. Those are wonderful words to know the meanings of. Supposing the stick weighs 10 pounds, and I support it with 2 fingers like that. It is clear that each finger pushes up with 5 pounds each. 5 plus 5 is 10, the stick weighs 10 down. Indeed, if I move the fingers elsewhere, I still exert 10 pounds up, but in 2 places. Now, can I not find a place such as that right there, where I exert a force of 10 pounds up? And we are then led to say that all the stick is right there, all of it, and that's the center of gravity of the stick. Incidentally, I could use also the phrase center of mass, and I leave it as an exercise for you and your teachers to find the difference in center of mass and center of gravity. Now, I said all the stick is here. This suggests that there's no stick here and no stick here. And somebody says, but I see some stick here. And I say, all the stick is right there. And I could prove it. Let me put a clamp on the stick and support it somewhere remote from the center of gravity. If I do that, the stick tips. Obviously, anybody knows that. But if now I put another clamp on the other side and find an appropriate weight here, you will see an astonishing thing, that I can put the stick in equilibrium. On the ground that all the weight is at the 50 mark. So, on the blackboard, it would look like this. Here is the stick. There is the center of gravity in the geometric center, and I have supported it right here with a weight hanging here. And I say that if we consider all the weight of the stick, W sub S, acting right there, then that weight of the stick times that distance there is equal to this weight times this distance here. And so we can find the weight of the stick without weighing it by assuming all the stick is right there. Now, to prove that you are right when your teacher does this, all you need to do, having done the mathematics, is to put the stick on a platform balance in such a fashion and weigh it. And an astonishing thing is discovered. A very astonishing thing, that the weight of the stick is exactly what you get, disregarding some little experimental error, exactly what you get by assuming all the stick there. Let's consider it further. Here is an equilateral triangle. If I put a pin through one vertex or corner and hang a plumb line on there, a plumb line is just a string with a bob on the end of it, and such a plumb line is always vertical for the observer at the place in question, and then I draw a line on that triangle, I say that the center of gravity lies somewhere on that line. Proof. Let me do this from another corner, such as, say, this one, which isn't broken. And we see that the plumb lines intersect at a place. This place is the center of gravity of this triangle. All the triangle is right there. Proof. I am going to put my finger right there, and the triangle will remain in a horizontal plane, which was announced by Archimedes, again, in the 3rd century BC, in a classical book which he wrote, entitled De Aqui Ponderantibus. See, concerning equal ponderousness. You can discuss this with your classmates and your teacher. So, the center of gravity of this equilateral triangle, for those of you who know a little geometry, is at the intersection of the medians, at the intersection of the angle bisectors, at the intersection of the altitudes upon the sides. Reviewing a little bit of Euclidean geometry. Consider another triangle. an isosceles triangle, the center of gravity found in the same way. Or consider an irregular body, center of gravity found in the same way, the intersection of the plumb lines. Of course, the center of gravity of a uniform circular plate would obviously be in the very center. Now, in all of these illustrations, we have found the center of gravity to be where? Where there is some stuff. There's some stuff there. So the question has very intriguing complexion, because here, if I hang this up and drop a plumb line, it goes so. If I now drop another plumb line, it goes so. And we see a most remarkable thing.
I love plumb
Very
lines.
remarkable. The plumb lines intersect where there is no stuff, right in here. And this is the center of gravity of this slab. Moreover, all the slab, all the plate, may be considered to be right here where there is none, which is a most astonishing piece of business. So the center of gravity of
I did not know that that's how you find out where the center of gravity is, like without instruments or without computers, you know, rendering it or abstracting it, but you can actually using a plumb bob. That's interesting and it's very fundamental and elementary. You'd think that that's something that they would teach people that do construction. They teach you about plumb bobs and levels, but not that. You know, like I said, I wasn't gifted and I wasn't taught this stuff. That just seems off and not right to me.
system can be where there is no stuff of the system. This leads me to ask, where is the center of gravity of a donut? The center of gravity of a donut is in the middle of the hole.
Yep.
And if you cut out the middle of the hole, or cut out the hole, I have in my right hand the center of gravity of this donut, which is a very remarkable idea. Now, to show you the consequences of this, let's look at this rolling down business. The uniform cylinder rolls downhill. Its center of gravity is in the geometric center, along the long axis and in the middle. If we measure the height of the center of gravity above the tabletop, which I would call the zero potential plane, measure it there, then measure it down here, we would find that this is lower than this. Accordingly, the center of gravity has gone downhill.
Happens to me
which
all the
introduces
time.
another very fundamental principle, namely that the energy of a system tends toward less. So this goes downhill. The center of gravity has gravitated downhill. On this one, the center of gravity of this double cone, referred to as a cone of two nappes, N-A-P-P-E-S, beautiful geometry established by René Descartes, the Frenchman. The center of gravity of this double cone lies along this central axis and in the middle of this single base. So when I put the cone here, the center of gravity is so high above the zero potential plane, the tabletop, and where is it now? It is clearly nearer the tabletop. So again, the center of gravity has gone downhill, although it looks as if this is a crazy piece of business that the cone, stuck a little by friction
the
there,
Welsh,
the
they're
cone
like the
appears to
original.
roll
You're right.
uphill.
They
So the center of
The
gravity...
Welsh, they're related to Cheddar Man. The people that live in Wales today are direct genetic descendants of Cheddar Man. That's like, what, 10,000 years old? Direct descendants. So those people have sat in in their little villages for thousands of years. Same families, same features and everything.
Very important idea. More of an astonishing nature. Here is a cork stopper. Here is a cork stopper with a pin in it, and there's the head of the pin. Here is another cork stopper with a pin in it, and that's the point of the pin. And if I put these point to head in this position, if I can find that position here, and let go, obviously it will not stay stably. It will tip over. Why? Because the center of gravity is above the point of support, a condition that is not good for equilibrium. So what do? I put a couple forks in here, in any way whatsoever, and then I put the point of the pin on the head of the pin, and there it is. Let me get this away so it doesn't hit the glass vessel, and we see an astonishing thing. Just look at that.
I love that.
Should
stuff.
not that fall off?
My grandfather
It
had
should.
one of those little, it was almost like, it was made of walnuts, but it was a little stick figure kind of a thing, and it had a little pole, and then a long wire with a walnut at the end, and you set it on the edge of like a bookshelf or something, and the little guy stood on toothpicks, and it just sat there dangling. The thing dangling below it, you know, a foot or two below, and the little guy just stood like kind of at an angle forward, and he balanced. You could touch the walnut on the wire, and he would ring. Yeah, my grandparents had one of those when I was like my whole childhood. Did the same thing.
But why doesn't it? It does not fall off for this reason. The center of gravity of this system is below the point of support, which is another condition of equilibrium. Here's a good illustration of it. Take this little man, a little metal figure in the shape of a man who supports himself, you see, on the toe of one foot.
Bro.
And that's fantastic, really.
Isn't that wild? I was just saying.
If I tried to knock him off, oh, that just slipped there. That didn't really fall off because of the inadequacy of the center of gravity.
My grandparents had it. Was similar to that.
What must we say? We must say this.
Wow.
That the center of gravity of this man and his rod and the sphere system
know you could do that.
is below the point of support, which makes him stable.
That is neato.
I say the idea of center of gravity is an astonishing one, as I remarked earlier, in its consequences for the human race. Consider this one. More of the same. And I hope you see that I am injecting into this program some elements of fun and jest, because, as I like to say, the intellectual process is usually very severe, so it needs some fun injected into it to make it a little more palatable.
It does.
Here is a figure most stable for the same reason, the center of gravity below the point of support. Of now fundamental interest to us is such a program as I have here. Consider this block of wood. Square cross-section, cut askew on the bottom. It is so stable. I call your attention to a plumb line that is supposed to be inside at the center of gravity, and that plumb line falls inside the base. Now, let me put another block atop the original. I hope you see what has happened. I have raised the center of gravity and shifted the plumb line to your left, my right, so that the plumb line passes more nearly on the inner edge of the base. The system is now less stable. If now I put another block atop, it is obvious what the consequences are likely to be. The center of gravity has been raised, the plumb line is shifted further to my right, and may indeed fall outside the base. This makes the system unstable.
Yeah, people are Welsh, they're Cornish, they're Scottish, they're Irish, they're English. All of those people are British. Those people are all British because those are the British Isles. They're both. Which is not crazy. It's just like there are Portuguese, there are French, there are English, there are Germans. They're all Europeans.
Well, now
it's called
see,
a hierarchy.
Notice, the slightest displacement is likely to tip it over. So, if a system is stable, as we say in physics,
that's why they called it
what
the
we
British
mean is this.
Empire, not the
Any
English
slight
Empire.
displacement from its position of equilibrium will still...
Because even though it lost all of its foreign possessions, it is still an empire because it's a collection of different nations. The Scottish is their own nation, the English is their own nation, the Welsh are their own nation, and the Irish are their own nation. Those are three separate, distinct people, different genetics. So England actually is still Britain is still an empire. Even without Australia and stuff, it's still an empire. It will always be an empire. Just the simple fact that they united the kingdoms on the British or the English Isle and the Irish kingdom included. So, you know, they've included not only multiple peoples but multiple land masses.
To return to where it was. If it is unstable, as we have now, because the plumb line falls outside the base, any slight displacement will raise havoc with us. Watch it.
Yeah, except
and it
Ireland is a British isle.
You know what I am representing here?
It's British.
I am representing the Tower of Pisa,
that's why they're called the
which
British
I hope you know
Isles.
about historically, and I thought you would like to see a
mistaken.
picture of it. In Pisa, in Italy, and I hope one day you will go there to see it for yourself. I say it is a most wonderful thing to contemplate. So, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, we come to the end of our first lesson, let us say, on the great idea of center of gravity, the notion first established by Archimedes. And I thank you for listening.
Why the hyphen if they're not distinct peoples?
Marvelous.
They are distinct peoples. They have different cultures. There's the Scottish sword dancing, or I forget what they call it, the Scottish jig. There's the Irish jig. Irish have their own style of music. The Scottish have their own style of music. They both speak a different Gaelic. They are different peoples. They are distinctly different peoples, truly. And you know, they may share some lineage, but there's the Irish and the Scottish, and then there's Scots-Irish, which were the Scots that migrated to Ireland to settle Irish lands for the English. And that's why a lot of people go by Scots-Irish, because they're Scottish that, you know, adapted to Ireland. But they are different. They have totally different cultural, you know, the Scottish, they have the bagpipes. That's theirs. The Irish and the British, they adopted it, and the Welsh, but they didn't invent it. You know, and Scotland has its own unique cultural foods, haggis, all kinds of stuff. They are two totally and distinct and separate people culturally, and I'm pretty sure genetically as well. The Irish they're not the same. Not even I mean, they have a lot of, like, Irish, they have 10% red hair. The Scottish don't. You know, they're not the same. They're very close. They're Celtic, but they're not the same. They're obviously, they come from the same tree. They might be different branches on the same tree, but I think they're as distinct from each other as the Scottish are from the English and the Welsh. I mean, honestly, maybe I'm a little bit too technical about the British Isles, but I find it fascinating personally. I really enjoy it.
To consider, really, and fantastic in its consequences for the human race. Consider the following. I have here a double track, which is downhill to my left. Here I have a cylinder of wood, which, as you know, will go downhill, as any respectable cylinder should do. But here I have another geometrical form, and I put it at the bottom of the plane, and lo and behold, it goes uphill. And that's a strange business.
And people,
well, friction forces are holding it there, so you see, it goes uphill. And a proper understanding of this lies in an understanding of center of gravity, an idea we got first from Archimedes in about the 3rd century BC. Consider a stick, a meter stick. If it was a good stick, as I would like to have it, it would have to be uniform, homogeneous, and isotropic. Those are wonderful words to know the meanings of. Supposing the stick weighs 10 pounds, and I support it with 2 fingers like that. It is clear that each finger pushes up with 5 pounds each. 5 plus 5 is 10, the stick weighs 10 down. Indeed, if I move the fingers elsewhere, I still exert 10 pounds up, but in 2 places. Now, can I not find a place such as that right there, where I exert a force of 10 pounds up? And we are then led to say that all the stick is right there, all of it, and that's the center of gravity of the stick. Incidentally, I could use also the phrase center of mass, and I leave it as an exercise for you and your teachers to find the difference in center of mass and center of gravity. Now, I said all the stick is here. This suggests that there's no stick here and no stick here. And somebody says, but I see some stick here. And I say, all the stick is right there. And I could prove it. Let me put a clamp on the stick and support it somewhere remote from the center of gravity. If I do that, the stick tips. Obviously, anybody knows that. But if now I put another clamp on the other side and find an appropriate weight here, you will see an astonishing thing, that I can put the stick in equilibrium. On the ground, that all the weight is at the 50 mark. So, on the blackboard, it would look like this. Here is the stick. There is the center of gravity in the geometric center, and I have supported it right here with a weight hanging here. And I say that if we consider all the weight of the stick, W sub S, acting right there, then that weight of the stick times that distance there is equal to this weight times this distance here. And so we can find the weight of the stick without weighing it by assuming all the stick is right there. Now, to prove that you are right when your teacher does this, all you need to do, having done the mathematics, is to put the stick on a platform balance.
I wish I knew why my internet's been working so fine last couple hours. It gave me so much shit for like 2 hours.
In such a fashion and weigh it. And an astonishing thing is discovered. A very astonishing thing. That the weight of the stick is exactly what you get, disregarding some little experimental error, exactly what you get by assuming all the stick there. Let's consider it further. Here is an equilateral triangle. If I put a pin through one vertex or corner and hang a plumb line on there, a plumb line is just a string with a bob on the end of it, and such a plumb line is always vertical for the observer at the place in question. And then I draw a line on that triangle. I say that the center of gravity lies somewhere on that line. Proof. Let me do this from another corner, such as, say, this one, which isn't broken. And we see that the plumb lines intersect at a place. This place is the center of gravity of this triangle. All the triangle is right there. Proof. I am going to put my finger right there, and the triangle will remain in a horizontal plane, which was announced by Archimedes, again, in the 3rd century BC, in a classical book which he wrote, entitled De Aqui Ponderantibus, see, concerning equal ponderousness. You can discuss this with your classmates and your teacher. So, the center of gravity of this equilateral triangle, for those of you who know a little geometry, is at the intersection of the medians, at the intersection of the angle bisectors, at the intersection of the altitudes upon the sides, reviewing a little bit of Euclidean geometry. Consider another triangle, an isosceles triangle, the center of gravity found in the same way. Or consider an irregular body, center of gravity found in the same way, the intersection of the plumb lines.
You know,
of course, the center of gravity of a uniform circular plate would obviously be in the very center. Now, in all of these illustrations, we have found the center of gravity to be where? Where there is some stuff. There's some stuff there. So the question has very intriguing complexion. Because here, if I hang this up and drop a plumb line, it goes so. If I now drop another plumb line, it goes so. And we see a most remarkable thing. Very remarkable. The plumb lines intersect where there is...
Watch this one. Motherfucker. I was thinking, didn't he talk about this in the other one? Whoops. I'm going to show y'all something. It was that video I was talking about earlier. I just realized that it has captions. And I seen a few other people commented on it. Not only did Gad Sad, but Ian Miles Chong did too. This is gnarly.
Hey, this guy do such.
Oop, I don't want to do that. This guy goes so fucking hard in the paint. Oh my God. I hope you guys go and watch this. GTV. Goyam TV. I love plumb lines or plumb bobs. Look at the cop's face in the background. He fucking agrees. That guy agrees. Look at these cops. They're cool. They're laughing. They're chuckling in their head. Oh. I never heard of him either. Damn. I love it. Not really. Those cops I like those cops. It's a good white town. That might be a place I'd live. Did you guys watch it? Like, no, he didn't debate. That wasn't a debate at all. No, it surely wasn't. Homeboy just went super hard in the paint. Crazy hard in the paint. Showed this stuff the other day. I seen this. They did a thing over the whole world, a poll, not a poll, but a study, and found that teachers give higher marks to girls. That teachers are harder on boys. Look at this shit. Look what Mr. Levin has to say about Ron Paul. Of all people, Ron Paul. Look what he said. Look at this despicable fucking scumbag, man. Oh, the cockroaches are out in the light. What? Ron Paul? Ron Paul. He's like a sweet old teddy bear.
Was the person with the most money. The big political event today, Daniel, it looks like that wouldn't be hard to figure out. I think our friend is up in a tough election, and it's going to be decided tomorrow. And a lot of people are involved, a lot of special interest groups involved. And there's no doubt who had the most money. And we have to remind ourselves the person with the most money doesn't always win the election. But Thomas is doing his best to pull this off because it would be a tremendous victory because they're bad-mouthing and lying and cheating and all this that we can anticipate in a race like this.
This is not really about a single race. I mean, this is about a bunch of different things that are all equally important. First of all, as you pointed out, this is the single most expensive House race in history. Tens of millions of dollars are being spent to elect someone from a small, rural, mostly rural district in Kentucky. You think, why the heck is it so important to spend so much money?
I wanted you guys to go look that up yourselves. That didn't do it justice. I just wanted y'all to see the video I was talking about. Not really, no. He sounds more like a guy that's just kind of holding them accountable. More or less. I mean, in a crude and vulgar way, but I think they're pretty deserving. Honestly. I think they get away with the benefit of the doubt a lot. They take advantage of people's benefit of their doubt. If people have any doubt, they take advantage of it. And they don't fight fair. They don't deal fairly. And honestly, I think even some of the stuff, outlandish as it is, some of the tropes, I think they're earned. I do. I think they're earned. Just because the way they are, they're so close knit, and they're kind of like the Somalians. They're like clannish, they see it as okay. Like if they murdered one of us, the clan would have no problem with it. They would say, they would see them as a hero practically, just like Somalians, because you're not in their clan. It's in group, out group. Like they don't see all humans as equal. And it's disgusting.
On this race? Well, because Thomas Massie has stood out as the one candidate who is consistent in opposing.
I just wanted to fucking joke Ron Paul for a second. calling that guy, that guy's just like kind of a sweet old American man. And it bothers the shit out of me to see some scumbag like Mark Levin with the balls to come out and say that about Ron Paul. Like, are you kidding me, man? That dude is, you'll never be a tenth of the man that Ron Paul is, you fat, sloppy pig. You swine. Swine. Law 11. Wow, lesson 27. Holy crap. Like 15-minute lessons, and there's 30 or more of them. That's crazy. The physics of toys. I don't know. This is
Marvelous thing to consider, really.
That was a different channel. I'm not. Oh. Huh. Oh, this is PBS. I wonder how the hell this guy got these. He's only got 8,000 subscribers. Matthew Bryan is his name. 8,000 subscribers, but he's got, this thing has 102,000 views. Like, how did he get a hold of these recordings? That's a living right there. To be the only person that has those recordings, you'll never have to, like, he makes money off of these. And people are going to continue to watch him for years to come. This could be like a lifelong income for this guy. Lucky.
And fantastic.
Or it was when we didn't finish that was black and white.
And I put up a card at right angles to it.
Yeah,
say a square card. Square card. There it is. Quite like this, light here, square card. You can see that the light energy emitted by the source is intercepted.
You know what I really like about this guy is it gives off the authentic American like ethos, the straightforward, plain speaking, simple, simple, clear language. Do you guys get that from it? It has that real, just the business-minded attitude of America. You know what I mean? No nonsense, just the dope, the straight dope. Is it on the level? I just get that's how America was. It was very curt. Everything was about efficiency. We had a very efficient language that wasn't full of thrills and all kinds of, ornate style and stuff. Very, very efficient and business-minded. And this guy, his cadence and his speech really, really embodies that.
By that card. So the light energy density, the intensity of illumination, this language gets formidable. Luminous flux,
Formidable.
Radiation.
I love it. I love
luminance.
The enunciation. It's like music to my ears. It's a sight to behold when somebody has such structure to their language. Everything is perfect. They're all, if they were writing, the punctuation would be exact. He speaks it perfectly. Listen, we used to teach like precise speaking. Like if a kid had a speech impediment, he would be broken of that speech impediment before he got out of elementary school. They would not allow him, like his teachers would not allow like Victor Davis Hanson talked about this when I used to watch him. He said he had a teacher that said, oh no, because he said wooby wed caw, the wooby wed caw. He didn't say ours. And his teacher's like, you will lose that speech impediment by the end of this school year. And she rode him like a Shetland pony. And she had to show him and explain to him how to make the R sound, or the R shape with your tongue, how to make that sound with your mouth, as if he was a foreigner that spoke a different language. It's kind of wild, but it used to happen in England too. Is it visible? Biggest dickus. You know, he couldn't pronounce R's, I don't think, either.
Right, Phil, I'll just forget all the technicalities. The light energy falls on that area A. Let the distance to that area be little d, the distance. Now, let me go another distance d. Another distance d. See, I've doubled the distance. What area intercepts the light energy from the source? Answer, and my drawing will be very crude, perhaps.
You know
there
which
it is.
country advocates for
That's roughly it. And do you see that this area is 4 times the first one? If you remember a little Euclidean geometry, you see this is a rectangular pyramid with a square base, and the areas are to each other as the square.
That's what this guy said earlier about Einstein. Because you came in later, but he said Einstein said this, that in the beginning you have to break things down into simple and small, bite-sized units. You know, you have to break things down that way, and almost like building, like blocks, like alphabet blocks or something, where you're like, you break it down into the different parts and then you figure it out there from there. It's a way of abstracting. I mean, I remember the IQ test that I took as a child. That is a lot of what's on the IQ test, where the knowledge that you bring to the test with you is meaningless. It's all about how you think, because it'll pose a problem to you, and you have to kind of sort it out from the evidence or the information they give you, and how well you sort it out, it decides where on the IQ scale you go.
Of the altitudes. I'm reciting something of Euclid. Beautiful, you should read it. So, the intensity of illumination here is so much. That same luminous energy is spread out over 4 times the area. So, if you double the distance, you quarter the luminous energy on the surface in question. That is to say that the intensity of illumination is governed by the candle power of the source and is inversely as the square of the distance from the surface engaged. Now, I can prove that, and that's very important. As I tell my students, for example, who do not do their study as I would expect. If the light, the lamp illuminating the page of the physics book, is at a distance of 1 foot from the page, so much light energy is found on the printed page. Now, if they put it at 2 feet, the light energy is 1/4 as much. If they put it at 3 feet, the light energy is 1/9 as much. I am led to believe that some of them put it at 100 feet because they give their studying so little attention. Now I'm going to show you the inverse square law in a beautiful way, the like of which you could do at home. But I must remind you, for the young people, you use candles and matches and such only in company with your teacher or elders. Here it is. Supposing I have a block of paraffin. I have one here. In fact, I have 2. I'm going to have 2 blocks of paraffin side by side.
Wax.
And I'm going to put a little sheet of aluminium foil between.
Him and
see how I've learned?
Him and his English thing, like Clark Laboratory and aluminium. I love that. I remember when I first discovered they said aluminium. I was like, what? No way. I couldn't believe it. Like, it was ridiculous. But, you know, I was thinking as this guy was talking, imagine this guy eating. I bet you he's like, you know, kind of a quick eater, probably clean and not like a disgusting eater. But these are the kind of people that this guy strikes me as somebody who wolfs things down. He's kind of gruff. You know what I mean? Not a super graceful guy, you know, but very efficient. And he's like the perfect archetype of an American. It's really smart, no nonsense, cut to the chase, but excited, fascinated, curious.
And Mr. Anderson to accommodate to the environs. Oh, have to take a moment out. You know my philosophy from other days. Here I am taking a drink of water. I am led to contemplate it, I think, more than others generally. Be mindful of this. It is two gases
Aluminium, finally.
locked together by some affairs of nature, H2O, in a manner necessary for my chemistry and well-being. I tell you, Bromhead, that's something to contemplate. But who does contemplate it? Hardly anybody. They drink the water and never give it any attention, Anderson, which is pathetic, isn't it? Yeah. I'm reminded, too, of Newton.
I remember.
What did Newton
have
say?
you heard a lot of people that are foreign because they pronounce iron. It's the weirdest thing. When I used to play video games online, I would hear Norwegians call it iron. I would hear Asians call it iron. My little brother called it iron when he was young. But because he played video games, Halo and stuff with foreign people, and I remember when I heard it from like iron, who the hell you know what I mean? Like I had recognized when I hear it, iron, like when people say iron, like I knew it wasn't iron. But for some reason, foreigners, they read it, they sound it out, and they think it's iron. It's so weird.
About things. It goes something like this. Everything is designed in such a fashion as to suit the purpose for which it is intended. That's beautiful. Beautiful. But anyway, this is my paraffin photometer. See, photometer, photometer.
You know, we may not be as graceful and as we may not have the same artistic panache as the English or the French, but we still have the same delicate and discerning taste. We're every bit as sophisticated as any of those countries. America has always been sophisticated. I mean, Europeans referred to us as rustics for many years, but really and truly, we have all of the same civilized, fine sensibilities, and we always have. Yeah, I was a Halo 2 player. It was the best. But yeah, I agree. Reach was good too. But you know, we absolutely we love opera. I mean, everything that we're not barbarians, we're not yokels, we're not hillbillies. No, we're actually every bit as sophisticated as any Englishman, any Irishman, well, the Frenchmen, they're pretty damn sophisticated. You know, they kind of invented luxury, they kind of invented excess, if you will. But we're every bit as prestigious and as they are. You know, we like fine things. And like he said, what a beautiful, like something so as a sentence, you know, like a sentence of science. He's like, you know, recognizes how beautiful it sounds. We see the poetry in the same things they see their poetry in. We're no different. They're no better than us. We absolutely have those same qualities that made Europe so great. You know, like a grasp of an artistic sense, an aesthetic sense. Like he said, what a beautiful thing, you know, like we stop and smell the coffee or the roses. We see the beauty in life just like they do, you know, and we may be a little bit more no nonsense and a little bit more business minded than a Portuguese guy or a an Englishman, or a Frenchman, but you know, like we have we have some really great writers, some really great artists that that have Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, Walt Whitman, James Joyce, like it's just absolutely powerhouse, like titans of literature. So, and so does everybody else. You know, the Irish, they have Yeats, the English, Shakespeare, and the French have Voltaire, the Germans have Goethe, the Italians, they have their guys too, Da Vinci and all kind, they also have Dante. And also the English have Milton. But the beauty is our mother tongue is English, so we get to really kind of bask in the glory of Shakespeare and Milton. I just wish that we were still taught Latin, because like I was saying, all of those old treatises that were done by those old genius, Sir Isaac Newton, Kepler, Faraday, those guys wrote their treatises and their dissertations in Latin. Their whole theory on life, they would put it in Latin. And I love Latin. I mean, I like Greek too. Like he was saying, what was it? A baristochrone. I think that's what he called it. But it just means short time.
Photometer. I have these two blocks, and I am going to put
Photometer.
one candle here, one candle, and it is so far from that first block.
I agree, Mina,
Clearly, that
but-
first block will be illuminated. That is, it'll show by reflection such intensity of illumination. Now, I want the other one to be equally illuminated. If it was of the same candle power, I'd put it at the same distance. But supposing I have two candles, as I will show you in a moment, isn't it clear that these two candles should be nearer? No, you see, I am doing it like a beginning student. Could not the two candles be farther, Mr. Bromhead? Hey, to give the same illumination. And indeed, that is so. So, if now I light the candles, you will see, mark you, first, if viewed this way, I got it all right, yes, they are equally illuminated. Now I'm going to light this candle. Now, this one shows a little darker, clearly. If we could have the lights out. Can we have the lights out? That's it. Oh, look how
When
dark.
I was talking about French, I'm talking about their joie de vivre and their love of life and their love of fine living and good things. Like their cuisine. French are the hands down best cooks on the planet. They have the best food, by far the best food, the most luxurious food, escargot, foie gras. This stuff is the best stuff in the world. The champagne, their wines, there's the finest, best wines you can drink, the most expensive wines on the planet. They invented brandy. I mean, the French, they know how to, the French luxury is luxurious. And everybody else just copies them. That's why we call shit deluxe. Luxurious is like a French word. Like, we copy everything the French do. Like the robe with the little the silk robe with the silk sash and the little slippers. That's French. All that stuff is French. Some things are English, like suits. That's English. Prince Albert invented the suit.
That one is. Look at. Now I'm going to light these two. They are equally illuminated. Now I'm going to regulate that a little bit. That's about it. Now let's have the lights, and I will show you. Notice I don't want my candles to burn down unequally. I'm going to show you that if this is the first, and this is the first distance, and this is that, and this is the second distance, the intensity of illumination on here is C1 over D1 squared, and the intensity of illumination there is C2 over D2 squared.
I love
Now
shepherd.
the intensities of
That's
illumination
funny
are
you say
equal.
that, man. My brother, we all love shepherd's pie. My mom used to make it when I was growing up with creamed corn and regular, like a can of creamed and a can of regular. Oh, shit is so fire.
And therefore, C1
So
over
fire,
D1
bro.
squared is equal to
My brother
C2
makes
over D2
damn good
squared.
shepherd's pie.
But
My older brother.
don't I have twice the candle power here? So I'm going to put 2 C1 there. And now if I made a measurement of the distances, from the source here to the opaque aluminium there, I would find it roughly 5 inches. And this one, I would find roughly 7 inches. And if you put the mathematics in there, Mr. Anderson, it may come out quite right. I'm led to say as Isaac Newton did. I extended gravity to ye orb of the moon and found it answer pretty nearly. Now when we do this for real, we find it answers only pretty nearly. And the reason is this. I do not have 2 identical candles here, that is 2 like that. They are 2 separate ones. And therefore they constitute 2 sources, not 1. And therefore the mathematics does not come out quite right. which leads me to conjecture on the following. Supposing you had a choice of having two 25-watt lamps in a certain fixture at home, or one 50-watt lamp, would you not think that two 25s would give you the same as 150? It turns out not to be so. The 150 gives you more. The one 50-watt lamp gives you more. The single, notice when I say 150, it sounds like 150. The one single 50-watt lamp gives you more than twice the two 25-watt lamps. And the mathematics of that leads us astray, which suggests what? If you're going to buy some incandescent lamps, buy 150, it may cost less than two 25s, which is a good note on which to end. And I'll see you another time.
You know what's crazy? What seems kind of crazy to me is I don't know how the hell I even stumbled across this guy. Like, I kind of forget. I was watching this morning, and I either clicked on it or it fed it to me. I think I clicked on it, and I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, like, what the hell? Who is this guy? And when I seen there was like a whole playlist of it, or the guy did a lot of videos, I was just like, oh my God, I love this. And every time I find something like this, I watch every one of them. Like Bill Buckley, I've seen like every single episode he ever did of Firing Line since the 60s to the 90s. There's like hundreds. I watched a bunch of these How It's Made from the 60s in Britain, because they had all kinds of manufacturing in England still. I've watched stuff like this. I'll watch every single one of them, just consume it until it's done. I mean, this stuff is important to know, especially if you're like plumb bobs. Like, I bet, do any of the women realize that is if you want to hang something on the wall, or you want to put up a TV bracket or something, you use plumb bobs. I mean, I use a level too, but I always make a plumb bob to put the make sure everything's perfectly vertical, not vertical with the house, but vertical with gravity. And I have like a level, but this is the stuff that men used to learn through their trade, pretty much anyway. You'd learn all this stuff. Like, my dad knew this kind of stuff. I remember he showed me how to draw a perfect circle by putting like a nail in the center of a poster board. I had to draw a circle with a string, and he showed me. And then also he showed me how to make a compass. I remember he got a bowl, a Tupperware bowl, filled it with water, and got a sewing needle, slipped it through a little cube of styrofoam, and put it on the water and let it sit. And it was like a little experiment he was showing me. And, that's how my dad was, though. He would teach me he would just teach me stuff for the fun of it. It was really neat, and I ate it up as a kid. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I loved that shit. I was always like, teach me something new kind of a thing. Mina, have you ever seen that movie, The Sundowners? With Robert Mitchum, Deborah Carr, and Peter Ustinov. It's literally about, Irish sundowners, the people that they sleep in tents, and they sheep drovers, and they would go to all the pubs in the towns. It's weird, yeah, because they're dark, dank, dusty pubs with little, like, they don't have tumbleweeds, but you see the clouds of dust blowing by. But and you fucking Australians, you're just a bunch of loud, cantankerous, singing drunks. Bunch of drunks. Like, what is it? Trying to think of that song, but I'll think of it in a minute. But yeah, they sing a lot in Australia in their bars. Like English, the English do. We don't sing here, but
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls? I come again as Julius Sumner Miller, and physics is our business, and this is optics. And you remember the last program ended on the paraffin photometer, and I was about to make a measurement. Indeed, I did. But I didn't realize how well it was coming out, or how good. I measured this distance and found it to be about 5 inches, and I measured that distance and found it to be about 7. and I dismissed it. But then, when we ended the show, I explored it further. Here's the one candle at 5 squared distance, that's 25. Here are the 2 candles at 7 squared distance, which is 49, and you see that 2 times 25 is pretty nearly 1 times 49. And that's about as best as I've ever had it come out. Now, why has it not come out good in other times? Answer, always some stray light around, which disaffects our operations. So, you see, experiments don't fail. Remember my philosophy on that. An experiment does not fail. If we want nature, which you always spell with a capital N, to do what we want it to do, then we must provide for her conditions precisely. Now, we have a model of that inverse square law, which I should show you. Here is a source of light. I'll look at the monitor to see how best. That's all right. Here is a source of light. Its energy is intercepted by this area A at a distance d. At a distance twice as far, its energy is spread out over 4a, and at a distance 3 times, its energy is spread out over an area 9a. The inverse square law, Mr. Anderson. Thank you. Now, let us rub out this board and go to a new matter. Why is it this board gets rubbed out? Answer, friction. And you remember in an early program in mechanics, friction is mu times a normal force, where mu is the coefficient of friction and n the push at right angles. It is clear that if I don't push so hard, n is very easy and the force of friction is very feeble. But if I push, you see, it rubs it out very well. Things should be done with force and firmness, Mr. Bromhead. Now, the laws of reflection. Reflection. Supposing I had a reflecting surface. Here is a mirror, a tabletop, a barn door. That doesn't make so good a mirror, but it's still a reflecting surface. If it wasn't, you couldn't see it. Supposing I have a source of light here, and by the ray argument, I draw one ray. We will call that the incident ray, cap I. Now I'm going to draw a perpendicular to that surface, and that line in the blackboard there makes it easy. That perpendicular to the surface, we call the normal to the surface. Normal does not mean ordinary or commonplace. It means perpendicular in our language. Now, what happens here? What happens here depends upon the nature of this stuff. This is air. Let that slab be a thin slab of glass. So there is some reflection. How do I know? I'm going to explore the region in here. I'm going to put my eye at various places. I could do that with a telescope, with a little tube. Oh, yes, I find this place where I get the mostest light. The mostest light. The mostest. That's the superlative of most. That is the reflected ray. Here is my eye. Right. We will imagine further that I have hidden the source from me so I don't see it. Now, what will I find? A wonderful thing emerges. That angle there, we call the angle of incidence, I-N-C-I-D-E-N-C-E, and this angle we call the angle of reflection, which I label little r, and I is equal to r. Marvelous. And it holds for all kinds of surfaces, plane surfaces, curved surfaces, refractives, all kinds of surfaces. Further than that, we find that the incident ray, the reflected ray, and the normal to the surface lie in one plane, as I have them in the blackboard. Let me illustrate. Supposing this is the reflective surface. Here is the incident ray. Here is the reflected ray. Here is the normal to the surface. Now, this reflected ray never goes off that away or that away, always in that same plane. Very important for our later exploration. Now, let us consider it another way. Nope, don't want that. I'm going to have a mirror. A plain mirror, the glass very thin, very thin. We'll see the consequences of having it thick. Glass very thin. Let me put my source right here. Source. Let me put my eye right here. Let me put a barrier between the source and my eye so I do not see it. What do I see in the mirror? Answer, an image of the source. Where is the image? Behind here. How far behind? And what does it look like? Answer, let me draw a ray, any ray of light, making an angle of incidence I. It passes upon reflection. See, I had my eye in the wrong place. I'll just move my eye. It passes upon reflection to my eye. Remember, that angle is equal to that angle. Remember, I don't see the source, but I see the image back here. And when we do the mathematics, which I'll not do, and do the geometry, which I need not do any further, I find that that distance is equal to that distance. So the image is as far behind the mirror as the object is in front. Now, any other ray that I would draw would come upon reflection to the eye and fall at the image distance. So every point of the source is in object space, is imaged in image space. Now I'm going to do it for real with a mirror and ask some questions about the image. Here is a mirror. Here is an object. Here is the object distance. I'm going to label it P. We have already established the fact that the image is right here, I, and we'll label the image distance Q. Now I'm going to show you the mathematics that identifies the image. We can show mathematically that 1 over the object distance plus 1 over the image distance is 1 over the focal length. Now the focal length. Oh, what is the focal length of a plane mirror? Here is a plane mirror. You can see that this has an infinite radius of curvature, because if I were to draw a curved mirror and a bigger curved mirror and a bigger curved mirror, pretty soon I have one which is a plane mirror, John. And the radius would be infinitely great. So the focal length of a plane mirror is infinite. If that is so, 1 over P plus 1 over Q equals 1 over that. Now, we don't make that mathematical operation, but it leads at once to making this 0, and therefore 1 over P is equal to minus 1 over Q, and therefore Q is equal to minus P. What does that say? It says that the image distance is equal to the object distance, but you see a minus sign? We ascribe to the object distances a plus sign, and to the image distances a minus sign. And see how nicely, Mr. Bromhead, it all comes out. The image distance is the negative of the object distance. Now, you look in a plane mirror. You have all looked in a plane mirror thousands of times, and I want to ask, how do you characterize the image? We have to answer the following questions. First, where is it? Second, is it real or virtual? Third, is it inverted or erect? 4, what is its magnification? And to these matters, I address myself in the next show. Thank you for listening.
Jeez. Wild. Like, it's so into it with everything. I was thinking about that guy really writes well on a chalkboard. He really wrote well. Like, it just looks so easy. He must have written it a million times, and that's what they would do to you in school back then, make you fucking write words on a chalkboard if you mess something up. But it strikes me that his writing on the chalkboard is beautiful. Like, leaps and bounds better than any of our handwriting. Or, I don't know, the girls, they might have nice handwriting. Most women do have really nice. My mom has beautiful handwriting. My dad does too. I write, actually, as I've gotten older, I've gotten better, but most of my life I just wrote I couldn't write very well. I just didn't have the time or didn't want to have the patience. But as I've gotten older, I don't know what it is, like I'm more aware, or I don't know, I have more control. I can draw now. I didn't used to be able to draw very well, but for some reason I guess maybe I take more pride in it or have a standard now, but for sure. And I actually taught myself how to write cursive too. Like I always knew, but I brushed up on it like a year ago, and I did like a lot of writing just to get it back down pat so I can write pretty quick. Did the evil eye. That's kind of funny. You guys see this stuff about the guy wearing the mask on a box? Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I seen pictures of 2 German princesses from like the early it was the early 1900s. They both had those Pickelhaben hats on. Both of the princesses were wearing Pickelhabens. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I saw it earlier on here, and I was just thinking to myself, like, what the hell? Like, what are they wearing Pickelhabens for? I don't know exactly how to spell it. Okay, yeah. Wasn't sure how to. Yeah, it's so weird. And it, like, that's all, I put that in and it pulled it right at two women, dynastic pride. The most famous examples are Princess Victoria Louise of Prussia and Crown Princess Sicily. It really struck me as odd when I saw it. That ain't it. Oh. It's weird though, because their military dress in German, but they were such a martial people, even their women wore military uniforms back then. It's so weird. That's how militaristic they were. Like that just seems wild to me. Like, goodness gracious, like chill out, fellas. Like taking shit too serious here. Yeah, see, look. Isn't that weird? Look at that. She's dressed up as a soldier. I don't know. It's so odd. I've never seen another European country where they put their princesses in military uniforms ever. But you know, the Rush or the German Empire was very militaristic with uh the Kaiser Wilhelm. But you know, he had a bad arm. One of his arms was like dead. It was paralyzed, or it was small or half or something like that. It's so weird propaganda. And yeah, Germany, it used to be red, white, and black. That was the German. Now it's red, white, and yellow. No, red, black, and yellow. It's fucking lame. They should have went back to red, white, and black. That is dope. Like I really like that. That's so cool, especially how they use the tricolor here. You know, that shit is sick. Did I wonder if I showed you guys this something the last time, or because I showed it, but it was months ago, and I'm not sure if everybody was here months ago. But hang on. I get to the fucking creator studio. There we go. There we go. Did I ever show you guys this? That's a real flag. That's a real flag that flew in Germany. Fuck yeah. I thought that was so cool. Bro, that thing was huge. It was like a whole look, it's like a whole wall. It was massive. But I was like, hell yes. Like a fucking I felt like a badass standing in front of that. I was like, holy shit. Just the fact that we have captured flags. Isn't that sick? Like we have Nazi flags and shit captured. This is in the General Patton Museum in Kentucky, in the right near Fort Knox. Yeah, that was last November, actually. I love it. I think that's so cool that that's real deal that a German raised that flag. Dude, and this one is I think it's like a 42 star or something like that. It doesn't have as many stars. And then here's Patton's bomber jacket. They had so much of his stuff. There's his attaché case, or his what do they call it? Yeah, I guess it is an attaché. And then his Walther, I think that's what that is, or Beretta, one of the two. And then this was a general flag or something like that for an army in World War II. There's a dollar that was in his wallet, apparently. They have his wallet and everything, his camera. They have everything of his, basically. All kinds, his toothbrushes and shit. It's really quite wild. Because, the guy was basically a nobleman. He was an officer, a high-ranking officer. So he had secretaries, assistants, high-ranking officers that were his assistants that were smart guys. And so, he was very organized. He went to the Virginia Military Institute or West Point, one or the other. But he was a very ordered guy. And, the people that are raised in the aristocracy, they organize everything perfectly and they have a man. They have their own butler, or not butler, but they have their own body servant or their own man, whatever you call it, that looks after them and basically carries all their bags and stuff when they travel, and just makes appointments and make sure that everything's going good. And yeah, he had all kinds of stuff, so many things he brought with him everywhere. I think there was a chessboard of his that went with him everywhere. I mean, they had glasses, they had his wallet, they had all of his saber from college. His mom obviously hung on to everything for him. And they had his ivory handled pistols, his ivory handled revolvers. It was pretty sick, man. I was kind of blown away. They had his personal uh uh military uniform from school, the military school. I mean, like, it's almost everything that he ever used, like everyday items, almost everything that he ever used, he hung on to it all. He hung on to he hung on to it all, so they had it for this museum. I think that's how the aristocracy was. They hung on to stuff. They didn't throw things away. Stuff, and they had diaries and stuff. Things had value to them. That's how they're taught to be. He was a tall guy too, 6'2". Uh, yeah, a big guy. And the Germans are big guys. And I always thought, I'm glad that we had guys that were formidable like, even the Germans feared him. The Germans were better soldiers than we were by all accounts. They were better soldiers. And we're like like our language is simple, or is really or is efficient. And it's the same thing in war. We do things efficiently. We do things as simple as possible, just like we built our Jeeps as simple as possible. And the Germans, they can overcomplicate something. That's like people say, German engineering, it's overly complex. Like, they built a tank that is 10 times better than ours, but has to be serviced it has to be stripped down and taken apart every like 100 hours or every 10 hours. They have to do an overhaul. They have to do a complete every like 10 or 20 hours. It's like very few hours, and it has to be taken apart and fixed. Whereas the Shermans and the American tanks, they could be fixed on the fly. If something broke, you could run over to another tank that was already hit but had good parts, and harvest parts, run back over to your tank, fix it, and then get the hell out of there before you got killed. And Germans, though, their battle tactics were superior. We always prided ourselves and were more inclined to go with simpler ideas. The Model T, for instance, stuff like that. that was our way of doing it. Like, we'll just beat you with production. We'll beat you. You know, we're gonna mass produce them, but we're gonna. I mean, we're gonna make. They're all gonna be easy. They're not gonna be the best tank in the world, but we're gonna make enough of them so that it doesn't matter. So that we our numbers make up for the sheer volume makes up for whatever it lacks in firepower, whatever it lacks in, and they were reliable. So they might have been inferior when it came to firepower. They might have been inferior for many reasons, but they were not less serviceable and less reliable. They had them beat on that front. They didn't have them beat with firepower. They didn't have them beat with lenses. German tanks had an edge on American tanks because German tanks, they had pure enough crystal, pure enough quartz where they could make one big lens, so that the pilot, the guy that looked through the lens to the tank sight, to, you know, the guy that directed the fire, he looked through the tank sight and where he steered from, and he fired from that same lens. Whereas in the American tanks, they had a driving lens and a shooting lens. So they would aim with one eye, you know, they'd be driving, and then they would have to jump over to another lens, aim, and it was less accurate. It was way harder because the more pure quartz you have, the clearer, like, because when you make a wide lens, if it's impure quartz, the center will become foggy. That's why optics is such a big deal. And when people say, oh, those are really high grade optics like binocs or sniper scopes, it's because they're made with super high purity quartz. And during World War II, Germany had Fontainebleau mine in France, which at that time, when they took over France, at that time, that was the purest quartz known to man. Came out of Fontainebleau mine in France. So they could make lenses big enough to be tank sights and to be sights to steer with, whereas we didn't. And that's what I mean is they did have superior stuff. They had superior battle tactics. They had superior soldiers. They had superior lenses, superior. In some ways, they had superior tanks. Like their Panzers were better than the you know, the Tigers were big tanks, but they didn't produce very many of them. You know, and they were massive tanks. But we proved you didn't need to do that. You could mass produce, you know, and that's what we beat them with is volume. And what's crazy is we abandoned our simple, efficient getting things done. Our military did too. They used to do everything. Like, we make shit simple, mass produce it. Not anymore. Now we have what they call exquisite weaponry, exquisite drones. You know, they're called exquisite because they're multiple billions of dollars. Like those Predator drones, they're $30 million for one drone. It's a fucking it's a piece of garbage. Like, you know, now we're copying the fucking the Iranians. It's like when I see stuff like this, the professor here, when I had this stuff happen to me throughout my life, when I see things from the past and realize how far we've fallen, how low our standards have become. I mean, this stuff happened to the Roman Empire. It happens, like, you know, you decline. Our language has declined. It's sloppy. It's slop. Our language, the way I talk, the way you talk, it's slop. It really is gross. But it's only because we imbibe the culture, you know. Like we all kind of enforce it on each other. Kind of a fresh breath of air to see that guy, you know. That's how I feel about it anyway. It's like, and you kind of get in touch, like it's like all of a sudden I remember, oh, that's right, we really were great. You know, we really are a great people. We have like our genetics are like the premier genetics on Earth. You know, like especially, I mean, American genetics, but a little even more focused than that. You know, like British genetics. But even people like Nick, who is a quarter Mexican and part Italian, he's still British. He's still like a quarter Irish. You know what I mean? So even a lot of people that live in America, like that's kind of what it means to be America, that you have some British stock in you. You know, that because even somebody who's Puerto Rican, you know, they move to mainland America, or a Hawaiian moves to main, because I actually talked to this half Hawaiian. She was half Hawaiian, half Irish. She was pretty hot too, but just so you guys know, Hawaiians have really low IQs. They're like just like a step up from sub-Saharan Africans actually. But even Hawaiians, you know, a lot of people with Hawaiian genetics still they have British genetics in them from the sailors and like stuff that settled it. Uh but yeah, Puerto Ricans, like, you know, if you're in America long enough, eventually, you know, a woman in your family is going to get fucked by an Irishman or an Englishman. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how it goes, you know, in America. And that's how it should be. It's like, if you want to be a part of American culture, buying in is acceptable. You know, like somebody's Puerto Rican, they come over from Puerto Rico and they marry, let's say they marry me or a guy just like me, you know, the same genetics. They're anteing up and slapping their money down on the barrel head and saying, I want to be a part of your culture. And I'm willing to mingle, you know, mingle genetics with your country. I'm trying to become a part of your gene pool. And you know, that's how alliances were made in Europe. You know, that's how, you know, the peace was kept in Europe. It was kept in bridal chambers. Europe kept from going to war in its bridal chambers, used its daughters, its sons and daughters to keep the peace. I mean, you know, Queen Victoria, her cousin was Kaiser Wilhelm, I believe. Or no, the Kaiser at the time anyway. She was cousins with the guy. And but that's how cultures work though. If you want to be a part of a culture, you have to buy into it to some degree. Not just speaking the language. I mean, if you want to be like, especially with white culture, do you want to, if somebody wants to be accepted into our ranks, it's like you don't just get to walk up and fucking join the party. Like, no. Huh. Okay, you know, you marry somebody's family and it's like, okay, yeah. Like my brother, his woman, she's Cuban. You know, she anteed up. What can I say? You know, I don't personally like her. I think she's kind of a cunt, but it is what it is. You know, she's like, you know, part Indian, I'm sure. Although she's quite European looking, you know, but she's dark hair and dark eyes. I mean, I would imagine she has some colored in her. Her parents, they look like Cubans. You know, they look almost kind of Indian, a little bit Indian, not quite, but they do landscaping. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's as it should be. You know, that is how that's how culture works. And you know, these people that are coming, they want to buy into our culture. They are not. They're not like going. They're not. They're not marrying down. They're marrying up. They're absolutely marrying up. We have excellent IQ. Like our IQs are. We have excellent human capital. You know, I'm not some sort of a fluke. You know, my whole family. My grandfather was a major in the Air Force. You know, like there's a reason why we won World War II. You know, a Scotsman invented the telephone, Alexander Graham Bell. Shit. And what's his name? Adam Smith. I believe he was Scottish too. great minds were Scottish. I think wasn't Hume was the philosopher was Scottish. He was a fat jolly Scotsman. Yeah, we have good genetics for sure. Good looking race of people, smart, intelligent, creative. We have beautiful art and music. And it's such a shame when I say, I've been kind of I've been getting out there and looking around and stuff again, like uh and it's like, man, I'm wondering, like, man, why the hell am I wasting time just sitting at home, like, not, I don't know, the last couple of years I've just been hanging back, but why does every woman have fucking tattoos all over them? What the hell happened, man? These beautiful women, they're like fucking works of art. They're like some Venus de Milo or some shit, and they just have these ugly ass tattoos all over them, on their fucking necks, on their chest, on their thighs, and they're like all individual too. They're not like one big motif, one big piece, or even blended together. They're just like fucking, like, they look like a fucking suitcase with all the different destinations on it, or some goth kid's backpack with buttons all over it. Like, what the fuck, man? What is with this? This is bullshit. I mean, these are really, really attractive women too, and I just find myself feeling bad for them. Like, man, I feel so bad, like, because it turns me off big time. And those women, maybe I'm not, maybe maybe that it's they dodged a bullet, maybe that's the deal. Maybe, you know what I mean? But I feel like those girls, those women would probably regret and probably do regret those tattoos, especially if I told them that I would be interested, other than you have really like kind of ugly. I mean, some of them were, negligible, like they weren't that big of a deal, but at the same time, they were still ugly. Even the tasteful ones aren't very attractive. I've seen a few, but not many. And I don't know, and there's something about it so fucking tribal, man. What are you, some fucking Indian? You some fucking man, it's so tribe. Like, that's what I don't like about it. And it's like colored people, Africans wearing leopard skin and cheetah skin and shit. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't wear that. They look like a fucking, they look like they just walked out of a hut, like they're the last people that should wear animal skins. Like, no joke. Yeah, the leopard print and stuff. Yeah, not for you, sweetheart. Like, seriously. And I'm honestly, I'm not a big fan of any animal print. It's kind of gaudy and gauche and tacky and ugh. It's just too tacky as hell. But the tattoos as well, and I think it's a fad that will die. It will die soon, because I think it obscures those women's beauty. That's the truth. They're obscuring their own beauty. And I do understand, they want to be accepted, and like I understand the point of doing it. You want to be a part of the group. It's cool, it's fun, you're young, you want to be rebellious and stuff. But I know for a fact they regret it. I know for a fact deep down, they know that it obscures their beauty. They know that for a fact. I mean, and I've seen them post it where they say, I hate it because I got a tattoo on my chest. I can't wear cute, girly, prissy stuff because she's like, anytime I want to look cute and like a princess or girly, I can't, because I have all these fucking tattoos that automatically raise it up to this hardcore level, like harsh and angular, and you know what I mean? Like almost like brutalist. And it's like, no shit. No shit. Hello. I mean, I get it though. I mean, I personally, I never did want one. Never saw one that I wanted on my body. Not once. Never did. A couple times I thought about it and I was like, maybe I will get a tattoo, but I never could find something that I was willing to live with. But I knew I'm the type of person I hate making decisions. I get the analysis paralysis, the paradox of choice. I freeze up when there's too much choice. If I go into like a superstore and I'm going to get shoes and they have a whole wall of them, well, shoes is one thing, but a lot of times, yeah, I won't be able to choose like between shirts, colors. Like I don't want to make the wrong choice. I'm anxious. I have anxiety about making the wrong choice. Sometimes I just won't buy anything. Like I've had that a lot where I'll spend like an hour trying to make a choice, and at one moment I might just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy them all. And then before I get to the cash register, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna get any. Fuck that. And I just leave. I do that shit all the time. Like it happens all the time. Like, because usually I'll save up for something I want, and when I go, I don't want to fucking misspend that money. I don't want to waste that money. I want to get what I want and be content with my purchase. And it has that's why that's one of the reasons why I never mess with the tattoos and never mess with the piercings. My brother had a lip piercing when he was young, or like I remember he had it for years, like an idiot, fucking loser. But yeah, I just think that stuff. First of all, it's tacky. It's just tacky, and it's just tacky. Like my parents they never would let Like I remember I wanted to get highlights in my hair, although my hair is too dark, it just goes orange. But they were like, nah, no fucking way. You'll regret it. You'll look back and think you look like an idiot, or you will you'll regret it. And I'm glad they did do that. I was like, jeez, I can't believe I wanted that. It was so gay. It was the NSYNC era. It was it was the NSYNC when Justin Timberlake still had frosted tips. But those fads and stuff, that's not a we're supposed to be the most civilized people on the planet. And that tattoo shit and stuff, wanting to color on your body, paint on your body, that's some savage ass shit. No, that ain't for us. No, we're not supposed to do that stuff. Our bodies are supposed to be temples. We're supposed to respect them. That's who we are. That's our culture. All this tribal shit, people literally getting Samoan and fucking Islander shit all over them. It's like, bro, who do you think you are, bro? Like you're representing all of us, and you're representing us like a jackass, man. Like, ugh, put it down. That and like, and me and my brother were talking about this the other day, how American style, like, and our beauty standard has been changed by coloreds big time. Asses were not a thing. That was not a part of our beauty standard. Our women didn't have these big fucking donkey asses like coloreds do. Ugh. I mean, I like a nice ass. I do. I like a big ass actually, but like not a not a colored one. Not that big. Nah, I'm good on that. Like I just don't. I've seen colored women that were demure and feminine and that were attractive. Few and far between, but I have seen them. But most of them are coarse and vulgar. Ugh. It's just gross, man. They carry themselves like shit. And that shit, and they have changed women are getting Botox and shit in their lips. But used to be America was about the tits and the legs. Betty Grable, she was known for the gams, man. The gams, not the tits, not that. Well, the tits too, but not her ass. No, none of these women were known for their asses. There was no ass woman in Hollywood. There was what's her name? Not Jane Mansfield. I think it was there was she was in The Outlaw. Jane Russell, I think, what was her name? She was in what was it? Millionaires always prefer blondes or whatever that movie's called. It had Marilyn Monroe and the woman that was in The Outlaw. I think it was Jane. I think that was her name. The Outlaw that Howard Hughes did, and then also Jane Russell. I think it is Jane Russell. Marilyn Monroe and one other woman. I forget her name, but all those women were known for a different body part practically. Betty Grable was known for her legs. I think Marilyn Monroe, it was like, I think it was just her kind of, she was kind of a bigger woman. She was a thicker woman for sure. Marilyn Monroe was not a thin woman. She had meat to grab, you know, she had handfuls. She had a nice ass, big old tits. I mean, it's hot, man. She was fucked in the head though. I think she was like quasi retarded. And it's crazy because a man that's quasi retarded will never reproduce. But if a woman is quasi retarded, it doesn't matter. If she is a dime piece, if she's hot like Marilyn Monroe, men don't care. And that's why Marilyn Monroe was quasi retarded. Her mother was quasi retarded. But because they were so attractive, men didn't give a shit. They didn't care. You know, and if you've ever seen Some Like It Hot, she plays a moron. She plays a total ditz, a bimbo. That's where the blonde bimbo thing came from. It was Marilyn Monroe, dumb blondes and shit. Which those jokes, how lame. It's like, bro, blondes are like the best. like almost most of the time, the blondes are the best looking women. You know, I love redheads, but you know that's a close one. And redheads, if all things are equal, I kind of will lean towards the redhead just because they're rarer and they're just I appreciate them just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And also, they have a very particular kind of a beauty. You know, they have the freckly skin sometimes, or they don't have the freckly skin, and it's just like milk white. It's sexy. And their hair shimmers. I mean, it's incredible. Some of them have curly hair, some of them have straight hair perfectly. I have seen beautiful redheads with straight hair. And they're so demure and delicate and gentle. Oh, all of them that I've known anyway. Pink and orange all over. Oh, I'm turning into a dirty old man. Straight up a dirty old man. Anywho, it's getting late. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. You know, I'm kind of glad that Nick didn't do a show tonight because I didn't get on. I didn't get to start very early, and you know, had something to talk about. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see y'all in the next one. I might do one tomorrow, but for sure I'll probably do one on Sunday again. You know, Sunday evening. But till then, love you guys. I love you, man. But yeah, you guys have a